Okay, hello? Test, test. Awesome, that means we're live. Cool. So, hello and welcome, everyone, ladies, gentlemen, children, teenagers, animals of assorted sizes. Uh, welcome to the Season 9 Prophecy Cup Play-In Tournament Part 2. Coming back at you. Just to do a quick recap of stuff that has went on in between our previous play-in tournament and now. The victors of the play-in tournament, Sad Boys, are actually once again in this play-in, considering that there was a bit of a smurfing situation, and now they got to play for their spot again. But I'm right here. I'm the True Light, and being so wonderful is the constant host of the stream, Tori. And first game that we have for you in this tournament is Star ICBM on blue side versus Porridge Boys on red. So, as you will be able to, Tori, are you able to pull it up onto the streamer now? All right, we'll figure it out really quickly. Anyway, I'll just talk about the pick ban that's going on in Pro Draft at the moment. Right now, Star ICBM has banned Vagar, Pike, Morgana, Porridge Boys have taken off Zaya, Master Yi, and Cassiopeia. Star ICBM has drafted Kaisa and Kha'Zix so far, about to lock in that third pick, while Porridge Boys have taken Lux Vayne for themselves. Lux possibly flex to mid, but I think more often than not, if I see it played in competitive, it will probably be support. Star ICBM electing to go with a Darius, and Porridge Boys answer with a Victor. Victor having received that, I guess, slight, actually not, it's not even slight, it's a complete change to the upgrade on his gravity well, his gravity field, the W. Now, once you augment the ability, it doesn't pull people in, but it adds a 20% slow to your Q cast enhanced auto, as well as your death ray, your E, but not onto your ultimate. But your ultimate, Victor's ultimate, also got a slight buff where it will now tick every second rather than every 2 seconds. So being a fan of Victor, I like those changes. I think those changes are relatively net healthy for him. He also, on the most recent patch, received a buff to the base damage on his Q by, I think, 10 damage at all ranks. And the final bans have come through, Porridge Boys taking out Braum and Nico, while Star ICBM ban away the Hecarim and the Jax, throwing a little bit more attention towards the jungle with their last 2 bans, especially considering the fact that they already have the Kha'Zix for themselves. So, potentially just looking to take away anything that might be a bit of a problem for them. Porridge Boys now locking in the Volibear. I think that's pretty interesting. Like I'd say overall these picks are probably a little bit more indicative of what these players find most comfortable to use, necessarily for like versus what is just objectively strong. Also, for anyone watching Worlds, remember and like not wondering like why, oh man, like why aren't people picking all this stuff at Worlds? I think at this point we're like 2 patches ahead of Worlds now, so there's not a whole ton to go on there. And Star ICBM lock in the Annie for themselves as their last pick. I think that's quite interesting. Haven't seen the Annie in a while. Like, and looking at that composition, that's an Annie mid. Answering to Ari? Okay, so that's a Volibear jungle for the for Porridge Boys, Ari mid. I guess Victor top in that case, laning against the Darius, and a Lux Vayne bot lane. So at least I am not that much of a monkey, and I got that right. That is a Lux support. Anyhow. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm the True Light on the Prophecy Cup Discord, known as Shu. But yeah, just gonna be casting this. Oh no. Anyway. So looking at these compositions, if I had to guess, I think I don't know, I always find it really interesting when I see a Vayne, because if I'm gonna be honest, like Vayne is very much a, are we gonna win champion? Like we either win or we lose. And yeah, you could say every single champion's win or lose, but my point being is like Vayne is like, do you win really hard or do you lose really hard? At least in my experience. I'm actually kind of interested to see how the mid lane matchup will be playing. Like Annie versus Ahri, I think I've actually heard people like tell me like, oh, Annie does well into Ahri, but then I've heard people say, no, Ahri does well into Annie. I don't play mid lane, so I genuinely have no idea what's going to be like, how that mid lane necessarily plays out going forward. Porridge Boys mid laner, I believe, is named Godkiller X. Double check that. Yeah. And Star ICBM's is Foxlight. Yeah. Okay. There we go. I'm not a complete fool. I also find the Veigar ban kind of interesting, but that's also because I didn't look at the rosters until today. So that Veigar is probably a comfort ban, and is likely way more easier, or way more understandable in that particular respect. Morgana ban. And at this point, I guess I'm just postulating about the bans that everyone else has already seen. But for those of you joining us, the bans by Star ICBM are Veigar, Pyke, Morgana, Hecarim, Jax, by Porridge Boys, Xayah, Master Yi, Cassiopeia, Braum, Nico. Generally, and this is my gold showing, I really don't like playing into Morgana. I think playing into Morgana probably might be one of the most frustrating things in the world to me, just because Black Shield denies CC, and it's a very unfun ability to play against, because pretty much you're just hoping that the enemy team Morgana makes a mistake rather than you necessarily being profoundly strong, profoundly good at playing into it. So there's that. I mean, then there's other ways to play around it as well. I'm not gonna deny that. But it is a Viktor top, and as far as Viktor top is concerned, I like Viktor the champion. Like, he's one of the few mid laners I like to try to play every now and then. Overall, do I enjoy like the whole concept of Q max, like the old build of rushing Iceborne Gauntlet and just being able to continuously slow your opponent while getting Kleptomancy stacks? No, I think that's kind of like an uninteractive and kind of boring playstyle of just constantly pressing Q. Like, and to me, the identity that I understood for Viktor was like this wave clear mage that does burst damage, but also a consistent amount of damage with the Chaos Storm. And I like that identity of Viktor. But with that change to his gravity field, giving him effectively Rylai's on his basic abilities, I think it's actually pretty big for him, because he doesn't need Chaos Storm to apply that slow. He just needs to use his Q, get the slow on there consistently. And what it means is that he doesn't get the stats, but he definitely gets the passive. And that's important all on its own right, because it means he doesn't have to commit an item slot towards building Rylai's if he feels like he needs it. He just has it in kit now. If any of you guys are way more knowledgeable about the Annie Ahri matchup in mid lane, please educate me on it. Because I genuinely have very little insight into it, because once again, I have just heard people say Annie's better, but I've also heard other people say Ahri's better. If I had something to say, it would be, Annie has the ability to have that instant engage. It's not necessarily telegraphed if you use your flash properly into the bear. But then Ahri also has her own degree of like outplay potential with her ultimate, with the charm, as well as being able to heal to some degree using that passive that is now, I believe, on her Q. Looking at the bottom lane, seeing Kai'Sa Thresh, I think, is rather typical at this point. Like, Kai'Sa is just like, I hate to say it, the hotness as far as ADs go. I think AD carry overall is currently defined by having picks that scale well into the late game, that also do a substantial amount of damage, um, and have a pronounced degree of safety. Kai'Sa has Killer Instinct, giving her that giant shield no matter what build she has. Xayah has Featherstorm, pretty much moving Zanya's. And, Ezreal, for instance, in the past couple of months, has had Arcane Shift available to himself. But the countdown is going through, and as you can see, as far as summoners go that you might find interesting, you can see that ATX or AXT Krieger. Oh, nope. Okay. Faked me out. I was going to say, wow, he has Ghost TP, but elected to go for the Ghost Flash instead into this Victor. I think that's probably the smarter idea. Having the flashes, very, very necessary. I think as a Darius, especially as the game goes on and the enemy team is going to be more and more able to kite you. You need that flash to get out of sticky situations or put the enemy into one. And also, I think the Ghost is, as I understand it, quite standard on Darius at this point. Just being able to have that additional mobility, especially in lane, being able to gap close onto your opponent, stick onto them with that additional movement speed is very, very important for that champion in lane. As far as jungle matchup is concerned, it's also kind of a toss-up in the air for me. I think a good Volibear player knows how to play Volibear to the point of frustrating pretty much any other jungler in the world. But at the same time, Kha'Zix is also a very strong jungle at this point, at least from what I understand after talking with my friends, talking with other peers that do enjoy playing League and play jungle, unlike me. So I think the other thing that's worth talking about, though, is that you see that Foxlight here on the Annie has Teleport, and Good Killer has Cleanse. I think the Cleanse is fairly reasonable to take into their composition, not just in terms of the Annie stun, but also Thresh Death Sentence. It effectively stuns you for, I think, like 2 seconds or close to 2 seconds while you are hooked. And like that gives Thresh a 2-second window, or like however long window, to make a decision on whether or not to go in. And you cleanse that, you remove that agency from Thresh, and you keep yourself alive. But I've also seen a lot of people, muck up cleanse. So it's very much on the side of Good Killer to understand like when he needs to be using that cleanse versus when he doesn't. But having that defensive tool, and also Foxlight not having Ignite for himself or herself either, means that there's no Ignite in either of these in either side of the mid lane. Which means, as far as like kill lane is concerned, it's very much up to either the pure mechanical skill between these two, but like lacking Ignite, do I see a 1v1 kill happening? Not quite. No, just not really. But then between Kha'Zix and Volibear, you also have the potential for the junglers to come in and dictate and kind of snowball the middle lane to a certain extent. And now we're getting into game. So we'll see how it plays out. Once again, this is Star ICBM on blue, Porridge Boys on red. Looking at keystones, nothing too substantially different or outside of the norm. Although Axe Krieger does have lethal tempo, and I think that's pretty wild. Clancy, yeah, it's just Clancy. Also going for the Glacial Augment with the Lux. That's pretty significant, having the slow on hit, but that also means that there's very real possibility of Clancy building, one or two of those slow active items, between the Spooky Ghosts or I think it's called Twin Shadows. Yeah, Twin Shadows. Or the Hextech GLP to get that slow field down. On the side of Axe Krieger, I actually think it's kind of interesting that he goes for the lethal tempo. I think that lethal tempo Darius would be far more reasonable as a keystone choice versus a melee laner. But at that point, I guess he's saying that he is confident to look for that early game kill, get like proc the lethal tempo, get his bleed stacks going, pressure Slim Duncan out of lane, or kill him, depending on the situation in which they find themselves. I think another thing that's worth considering is both of these teams could probably go for a level 1 invade. Do I think it happens? I have no idea. I've never seen any of these players play before. But I will tip my hat over to Star ICBM, all having the coordinated club tag, such as it is. But anyway, how are you people in chat going? You 11 people. Dun, 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 man, sometimes I forget how lonely it is. Swear to God, I'm not depressed. Anyhow, looking forward here. Skin game kind of on point, I guess. You got Bullet Angel Kaisa as like kind of a space skin. Darkstar Kha'Zix and Darkstar Thresh. Hextech Annie. But then God King Darius kind of stands out as a bit of a sore thumb on that front. And it looks like the game has begun. Yes, the game has begun. There we go. Silly timer. And there are the fireworks celebrating the 10th anniversary of League of Legends, which I think everyone's happy to participate in. I do believe that the reward today, or for playing today, if you've been playing all the previous ones, is a legendary skin. Not just the shard, the skin. So take the time to take the opportunity to play League of Legends. Get yourselves that skin right after watching Prophecy Cup stream. Anyhow, getting into a pause here, see that apparently, let me double check. Okay, so apparently Porridge Boy support, the Lux didn't load in, Clancy. Gonna have to reconnect there. Pretty much peak up standard, if you think about it. Always gotta have a pause. And there is the reconnect saying, sorry, client crashed, and we'll probably get back into it in very short order. But let's see. Any interesting items going on? Not particularly. Actually, Axe Krieger, once again defying my expectations, opting for the Ruby Crystal as a starting item, not the Doran Shield that would, very likely give you a degree of sustain as well as some health into this matchup, this poke matchup of the Victor. But considering that Slim Duncan didn't go for Kleptomancy, instead has the Summon Airy. That's very interesting as well. I didn't think about that. So yeah, let's go forward here and okay, so looks like there we are. Okay. And all is well and good. I actually think it's kind of interesting that Star ICBM goes with the... Okay, I am... Oh no. Okay, wait. I actually have to restart my client. Yeah, my client bugged out. I actually can't see anybody. Like, I see pings going down, but I can't see any champions. I'm so sorry about that. I didn't realize what was going on. But anyway, I guess I'll just have to cast off stream. There's the hook. There's the hook finding its way onto Foxlight, I believe, forcing the flash out. Or was it Foxlight? No, sorry. It was Lord Fa hooking Good Killer, my bad. But this is what happens when your client doesn't work properly. Thank you, Riot Games. Happy 10th anniversary. God bless. I'm so sorry. But let me get back up to speed. Looks like both teams like laid down some forward vision. Oh, they actually passed by each other, and that did result in the first blood for I Am Void burning the bottom lane, or sorry, Star ICBM's bot lane, burning the flash of their AD and the ignite of their support to get that kill into their pockets. And it forced a cleanse flash from Good Killer. So now Good Killer is going to be in a pretty bad spot considering he has 0 summoners headed into this Annie lane. In the bottom lane, Clancy throwing out the Lucent Singularity, not quite landing anything, kind of holding it, not even popping it for any damage there. Otherwise, and I think the other thing that's very important to note here is that I Am Void also has already popped the potion, doesn't have the flash available, only has the heal for any possible aggression or safety. And even in spite of the fact that you grabbed that first blood, it was so late along that you still have to head back into lane anyway. So you're functionally even in terms of combat stats, despite having the gold in your pocket at level 1, until you're going to be able to back and use that gold for yourself. Not just that, you're going to be pressured in this lane because your support doesn't have Ignite and you don't have Flash. So you can see this enables Porridge Boy's bot lane to push forward, to look to pressure. Hook going wide from Lord Pha there, unfortunately doesn't find it for himself. But like that pretty much just like stifles any possibility for aggression that Star ICBM want for themselves in this bottom lane early on, because they're not going to be able to play aggressively. There's no combat summoner in the Ignite, and there's no defensive summoner in the AD's Flash, and that's very, very frustrating. But we'll see how it plays out. Storming Angel is pathing towards his bot side in the mid already. Looks like he's going into the brush. Pain coming down in the mid lane. There's the stun from the Annie, but the charm lands on Foxlight as well. Good killer. Taken down. One more auto does it, and there's a kill for Storming Angel. Now in the bottom lane, though, it's continued aggression. The death sentence lands onto the Lux. There is the Ignite, pretty much on cooldown from the Thresh, although the shield keeps Clancy safe. But you see this to some extent being reflected in the gold. It's pretty bad for Good Killer being down 400 gold already at this point. And in the bottom lane, you do see that I Am Void has about a 300 gold advantage, excuse me, over Grouchy Fellow. But now there is Storming Angel, my bad, gets condemned into the wall after jumping forward, and that dissuades any continued aggression from Star ICBM's jungler. And now things may be entering a bit of a lull in action as Bavan, I'm not really sure how to pronounce that name properly, but I'll say Bavan, is in the bottom side as well. Up in the top lane, you see the gravity well go down, and this is generally the issue that I see with top lane Victor. It's just not super fun to play. He does have the maximum amount of hemorrhage stacks ticking down on him. The bleed is very substantial at that point, but Slim Duncan, able to use Summon Airy to trade back damage, has his potions for himself, and now Axe Krieger is going to be backing here. He doesn't have the TP in his pocket, didn't burn any summoners though, so I guess that works out all right for him, as now Slim Duncan has to, force the wave a little bit more forward, and he's not backing. But you can see like the difference, right? Axe is playing aggressively. He's playing forward. He's trying to force a summoner out from Slim, or just to kill him. But Slim, is playing it relatively cool. He knows that he has a range advantage. He knows that he can poke the Darius down with that Summon Airy. Goodfellow actually gets hooked in, but the condemn works in Grouchy Fellow's favor, able to nab the kill up for themselves. It's actually Clancy that gets it, and it's with an auto attacker. It's either the auto attack or the Q, I wasn't sure. But that's actually very good for the bottom lane of Porridge Boys, just getting that gold back into their pockets. Although that does mean that I Am Void is able to back. He loses his heal for it, but now he is going to have the BF sword in his pocket, not going for the tier on the Kai'Sa, as you see very frequently. It looks like that's probably going to be transitioned into a Storm Razor, if I had to guess. Up there in the top lane, you see, Axe, despite having these aggression tools in his kit, and in his summoners, is now getting shoved, or not even getting shoved in, but like the CS difference is starting to balloon quite a bit. You see he's down a little bit right now. About 18. He does have maybe around 10 range creeps there, so if he's able to get every single one of those for himself, it's not quite that bad. But he's forced to play back. He knows where his jungler is. It's not super easy for him as well. And now so now that he hits 6, maybe he's a little more enabled to play aggressively. But Slim is just constantly harassing him there while farming at the same time. Lord Fell looking for the hook. The tumble dodges it out, and now I Am Void gets slammed into the wall, taking a few hits. One more proc does it. Grouchy Fellow with a kill. The continued aggression going forward here. The slow from the Glacial Augment. The Flay goes wide. The Ignite ticking down, and that's a kill for Clancy. And the bottom lane, the Porridge Boys making it look easy. Like, you see Lord Fell actually walking up in that situation, and I think a lot of people would just try to punish the Thresh for being right there. But good call from Grouchy Fellow to say, hey, look, if you're not going to be there to protect or to lantern your AD, I'm just going to condemn Kai'Sa into the wall. We're going to pick up another kill. And, now that early lead that you have for yourselves, even with that back, it's going to be kind of mitigated by the fact that, my support and I are getting kills, getting ahead. You see that slightly reflected in the gold lead the Porridge Boys have garnered for themselves at this point. Up there in the top lane, Slim Duncan continuing to pressure the Darius with his abilities, just get that poke down. And see that he upgraded one ability already. I'm not quite sure which, and there's no real way to tell, is there? I would believe it's the Q, though, considering that they just buffed it again. Anyway, in the mid lane, the Charm, the Orb, getting so much damage onto this Annie. And, I think that's the whole deal with this matchup as far as Ahri is concerned. You find your Charm, you abuse the fact that there's not much that this Annie can do, especially because Foxlight has TP. There's no cleanse to avoid the damage, or at least to get out of it and try to trade back a little more. Charm finds its way onto the Ahri. There's the cleanse against the stun, but now Goodfellas is out of mana. The flashes, or the aggressive flash forward from Foxlight, looking for that final Q of damage. But the Ahri is able to stay alive. You can see Foxlight trying to micro Tibbers forward, get this last few slaps onto the Fox there. But not going to be happening. Axe Krieger now shoving the lane in, but over there in bot. Oh, you see I Am Void just eat the binding into the ultimate, and he just goes down. I don't think you should ever be that far forward as Kai'Sa, but the fight continues. ICBM doesn't want to give up the Drake, and they're able to nab it for themselves despite the loss of 2 members. And, going forward, if the game does get into a later game spot, that Infernal Drake is going to be paying dividends. But the loss of pressure, losing your jungler, losing your AD, it does mean that Porridge Boys have a window to an extent to get a little more ahead, especially as far as the spot lane is concerned. You can see a 25 difference of CS between the two, but now there's the death sentence. Lord Fell goes down. Grouchy Fellow also getting low, unable to stay alive. I Am Void going forward. He has 2 plasma stacks, gets slowed by the Singularity. There is no more mana for the Lux. The slow from the Glacial Augment, but Volley flashing forward, getting this roar off, knocking her up in the air, chomping her down. But there was also the TP from Foxlight here, and now Bavon does have his passive on. There is the ultimate, and he's so terribly low. Axe Krieger going down in the 1v1 in top lane as well, but he does get the return kill with those hemorrhage stacks, the bleed being so terribly strong. And despite the fact that he was down almost 30 CS in that situation, that has to feel pretty good for the Darius. But in return, in the bottom lane, you do see Foxlight, Lord Fa, and I Am Void die in those situations, and that's pretty bad. Trading 3 for 1 in that situation is just something you never want to do. And I talked about the gold lead being not even 1,000 earlier, but like not just a few minutes ago rather, and now it's getting close to 400 or 4,000. It's about 3.5 ish, yeah, 3.5k, roughly in the favor of Porridge Boys. And now Clancy is on a killing spree, has his support item completed, but let's look at the mid lane. The charm comes through, the stun in return, damage traded back, but it doesn't look like there's going to be anything continued. But that's disaster, as I Am Void eats a binding, condemned into the wall. And now this bottom lane, the Star ICBM, is collectively 2-8-2. They are very far behind. They getting pressured. The Kai'Sa is 30 CS down. And like I said, like seeing a Vayne, it's either you win real hard or you lose real hard. And it looks like Grouchy Fellow and Clancy are doing the doing the latter, or the former rather than the latter. But up there in top lane, Axe Krieger does have those hemorrhage stacks working for himself. He is going to be getting the kill. The shield from the enhanced Q for the Victor, that 60% buffed up shield being so vital in keeping him alive. Now Slim Duncan able to get the honey fruit. There's the additional damage as the kill is given by Bavon over to his top lane Victor. In the mid lane, continued aggression, looking for the 1v1s. And Good Killer gets the advantage off in this one, using that cleanse so well to deny the stun's effectiveness. And now Porridge Boys are just working so hard. They have the advantage on the map. Turret plating will be falling soon, and it's almost a 6k gold lead in the favor of the red team at this point. Multiple members of Porridge Boys have bounties. Victor 150 gold, Slim Duncan 150, Bavon 400, Grouchy Fellow 150, Clancy with 300. The only person who doesn't have a bounty is actually Good Killer, and even he or she isn't in a terrible spot. Rift Herald has been summoned. Axe Krieger wasn't able to interrupt it, and now this is almost certainly going to be for it's definitely first tower as long as the charge goes off, and there it is. First tower gold over to the side of Porridge Boys. Why do I keep forgetting that name? But there is the idea of just like hold out for late game on the side of Star ICBM. You have the single Infernal Drake. If you can somehow sneak the other one, maybe it's not so bad. But things are just not going great for the side of Star ICBM, as their bottom lane gets double killed one more time. I Am Void hanging out that he had the heal available, but I guess it just didn't go off. Now in the mid lane, Storming Angel is here. The charm lands onto him. The orb doing the true damage, but Bavon was right there. He was ready, or he was prepping the dragon, and now he's aggressing onto this Annie. He does have the passive proc, flip up in the air, and I actually think what happened there is that Foxlight hit the plant, but because he was being flipped, his position changed and he was popped over with Bavon rather than away from him. And that's very rough for the Annie. Now at more than 20 CS down, 3 deaths, only 2 assists, not even done boots yet. And it's good that Void was able to nab the shutdown gold, the little 150 shutdown gold or so onto Grouchy Fellow. But if your best late game insurance policy is a 3/6 Kai'Sa, that's pretty rough. Lantern does come through, but very well placed light binding from Clancy. Actually ended up hitting I Am Void right there. Flash forward aggressively from Grouchy Fellow, and that's just going to be a 2-for-2 and effectively a 3v2. And while trading 2-for-2 is theoretically equal, that's actually better on the side of Star ICBM in this situation, just because you got that shutdown gold. And once again, it's onto the Kai'Sa. But I still think you know, having your 4/7 Kaisa be your late game assurance policy, probably not super fun for you because you're looking at a situation where you're just going to have to be conceding everything over and over and over again. And it's just so unfun, like genuinely. But what is fun is how much action's been happening in this game. 17 minutes, 26 kills. Definitely not really a quiet moment to talk about, like, you know, item builds or efficiency going on here. And, you know, to address that particular point, it's going to be a third Infernal Drake. You know, right now both teams have one apiece, and that second Infernal is going to just be objectively stronger, or not stronger, but higher AD and AP values for either team. And I think if you're Porridge Boys, you want to focus on that objective when it spawns. You know, you have the lead. You want to just close out and win as fast as possible. Show everybody here in the Prophecy Cup that you're here. You want, and you're gonna play, and you want to stay. On the side of Star ICBM, like, you need that. You need that Infernal Drake because it's a bit of a counterbalance in the face of all this pressure that's coming from Porridge Boys. But Grashy Fellow, not very long for this world, as both of Axe Krieger commits both of his summoners to kill the bottom lane of Porridge Boys, and get rewarded for it. You get 2 kills onto Storming Angel, and you know, if your Kaisa is your late game insurance policy while being behind, maybe it's going to be through the Kha'Zix that carries that Kaisa, carries that team theoretically into the mid game. And into the late game, because the Kha'Zix, as long as he's a threat, as long as he can threaten picks with his team, Porridge Boys have to play a little more defensively. They have to be aware of the fact that there is still a very much active carry on the blue team. Lord Fa paying out that Baron will be spawning in a minute, and Dragon in 2. Fairly early, I think, and very aggressive for either team to look for a Baron call. I don't think that Star ICBM would want a Desperation Baron. I don't think they're quite at that point yet. While Porridge Boys, you know, you do have a Vayne who can definitely do a lot of damage to Baron, but not necessarily at that power point yet. I don't think that you know, trying to do an early Baron is necessarily a smart idea. But to Porridge Boys' credit, they have roughly a 7.5k gold lead, 3 towers to none. And, you know, I mentioned that Storming Angel is getting kills into the pocket, but on the other side of it, the enemy jungler, Bavon, he's 6-0, has a 600 gold bounty. That's dangerous. Like, and when you consider the fact that generally Volibear's weakness is mobility, is getting kited, Bavon has already completed the Righteous Glory. This bear will be running so fast at the enemy because Volibear does double his movement speed bonus when moving towards enemy champions, and then he gets an additional bonus when he pops that Righteous Glory. And overall, the CC tools, the hard CC tools that are available to this side of Star ICBM are not terribly consistent. And they pretty much just have to hope, or like maybe even use Threshbox to somehow dissuade Bavon from going forward if the situation calls for it. There's the Righteous Glory, there's the Volibear Q, and there's the box cast so late. Bavon going godlike, and now that dragon will be spawning in short order. It spawns right now, and that's why you saw Lord Fa around there. He wanted to set up vision, but Bavon, recognizing how strong he is, just says, look man, this area is mine. Charges the Thresh down, flips him up in the air, gets the kill. Now they have the double Infernal. Now they have the game acceleration tool. And you got to be thinking right now, if you are Porridge Boys, who's our next opponent? Because we're chewing through these guys. They are going to be taking the Rift or the Scuttle here. They spot out Star ICBM's ward, but do they see the other one? No, they only look at the Baron Pit. So Star ICBM, they know what's going on. You can see that Storming Angel is in the River Bush. Baron already down to about 50% health. Death Sentence finding its way onto Bavon, eating the Kai'Sa missiles, eating the passive. His own passive has been procced. The Darius Apprehend has been used. It finds no one. But this is as good of a victory as Star ICBM could have hoped for, forcing the enemies away from the Baron pit. But now they're still here. They're still there. There's the charm landing onto the Kai'Sa, into the binding. Good Killer getting the kill for himself. That means that Porridge Boys are going to be turning straight back onto this Baron. And is there anything that can be done? Storming Angel jumping away, still has the flash available, but I'm not sure if they can commit for this. You don't have the Kai'Sa, you don't have a team fighter. But it looks like there's a great degree of hesitation on the part of Porridge Boys. They didn't know whether they wanted to fight or just keep committing onto the Baron, so they actually choose to back off. Partially, possibly because both Clancy and Slim don't think they have the mana to look for a fight, and they aren't comfortable going for for a 50-50 smite. And when you consider that Stormy Angel actually has a slight experience lead over Bavon at this point, having a level 12 smite versus a level 11, it's not quite a 50-50, possibly closer to like a 55-45 in terms of smite power. So Star ICBM, they lose their Kai'Sa in the fight, but they win but that victory on the side of Porridge Boys ends up being a Pyrrhic one, because they can't get the Baron, they can't get the objective that they wanted to out of that situation, and the game prolongs itself. And I guess you could even call it, to an extent, like a game of chicken. And it ended up being Porridge Boys who blink first. Kai'Sa doesn't have the Guinsoo's available yet, and you gotta I feel like if you are Kai'Sa in this situation, you really want that tool available for yourself, so you can just get your passive stacks be even more and more of a late game threat, or a team fighting threat rather. Storming Angel using his smite to grab the scuttle for himself means that Porridge Boys are probably going to be continued to sway. Oh no! Slim Duncan was looking to get away in that situation, ends up face planting into the wall with a flash, but the Chaos Storm following Foxlight after his death ended up getting the kill. Now Lord Fa in a very bad situation as Good Killer looks to get onto him, but he was unable to find it. Although Storming Angel, the smite that is so vital for the side of Porridge Boys, ends up not for Porridge Boys, for Star ICBM, ends up going down. And look at this play from Porridge Boys. They are on the they were on the blast cone, and unfortunately Grouchy felt unable to get over. You can almost see here, he's thinking like, oh, do I need to flash? Should I flash over? Oh, TP coming in. You can see that, and now Star ICBM is like, oh crud, they didn't back. They just used the blast cone to get over to avoid the to avoid our scuttle. But there's the ensuing fight. The Lux ulti doing so much damage. Good Killer already getting a kill for himself, but Grouchy Fellow is fallen as well. The Kai'Sa gets charmed into the stun. Void is now dead, and Bavon is there. He's able to finish off the Baron with the assistance of Good Killer, and that's Baron on 4 for the side of Porridge Boys. And it's almost a 10k gold lead in their favor as well. And let's check what the next dragon is really quickly, and it's an Ocean. Not super important, but Storming Angel, that's not good. This Good Killer finds an additional pick for himself. And there was a time when he was the only member on the team, or when the Ahri was the only member on the team without a bounty, but has 500 gold to her name now. It's a very strong Fox. Kill score separated by 16 kills. Gold separated by 10k. Now Star ICBM, their missile's kind of blown up, and I'm not really sure that they have much of a chance here, such as it is. Baron is there. The minion waves are seemingly pushing in, also in Porridge Boy's favor. Bavon just standing in the front, eating the death sentence, telling Lord Fa, look, you can hook me, but I won't let you hook any of my teammates, and you're not going to have a way in. There's the Lux ulti, looking for a pick. The damage does come through quite substantially onto Star ICBM, but they don't... Oh, I was going to say they didn't get really any kills out of that, but then I see 3 of them pretty much instantaneously die. And now you still have Grouchy Fellow, Clancy, Bavon, and Slim Duncan there. Good Killer did fall, after eating the CC. But I think that's all they really need. I Am Void and Lord Fudd. They need to have a hero's defense here. Bavon taking damage, taking aggro, but unfortunately, I Am Void was in the gravity well, gets stunned up. It's Thresh against the world here, but I don't think it's enough, and it's not. And Porridge Boys taking this game, taking their first victory, putting down the ICBM. And that was the game. So Star ICBM, it really didn't pan out for them. And I think for a variety of reasons. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like Krieger, to an extent, might have wanted to play a little more aggressively with his summoners. Like, it also, like, maybe Storming Angel needed to have a little more direction or attention in bot or top lane. Although he did give attention to bot lane, I will say. But like, I think with Darius, like, you take the Ghost, you take the Flash, like, you just have to be in the face of, especially of something like Victor, because if the Victor player is allowed to farm up, is allowed to stay safe, then he's just going to be able to harass you, and it's just very, very frustrating as a melee top laner. If I do have to hand it off to anybody, though, it's definitely Grouchy Fellow and Clancy. In that bottom lane, just creating leads for themselves in the 2v2, as well as Bavon being so darn strong with the Volibear, just literally able to run into them, eat CC, eat damage, and then regen it all up as a result of the Volibear passive. And I think the gold kind of reflects that. You see a 13k gold lead at the end, and that's in spite of the fact that that's in spite of the fact that Good Killer actually used both summoners level 1 and still died. Foxlight, Storming Angel, to an extent, maybe that means you need to have a higher degree of aggression. You need to be playing a little more forward. And I'm not saying they played poorly. The other thing is, do I think the TP was super useful on the Annie in this situation? Possibly not. So it definitely wasn't super great for Star ICBM, but hopefully they can bounce back. Hopefully they can, prove me wrong. So show me that they're way better of a team. Show Prophecy Cup that they're way better of a team. But such as it is right now, they are the ones who took the L here. Porridge Boy, quite deservingly getting the win. Let me check very quickly if there are any more announcements here. Oh shit, Savoys win? Yeah, they did. And strictly speaking, I am on that roster as a sub.
Yeah, we did, bro.
There we go. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, what's up? Hey, talk to me about how that last game went. I only caught the end of it. I saw the Volibear, I got hyped.
Oh, no, that Volibear is so tempting. Like, the moment I saw that Volley already had, like, it was like 6-0 and had, like, Righteous Glory completed, I was thinking, like, okay, this is over. There's not...
It's a wrap.
What are Thresh and Annie gonna do to a Volibear that's just gonna run him down?
Hell yeah.
And like, literally, like, I was thinking, like, maybe the only way you slow that volley is if you use Threshbox and you take away all his move speed. And then like the literal thing happens, right? Volley goes towards Thresh and he flays. I was like, he's dead. Goodbye.
I'm a catch up speed. Unforgiven, whatever. Unforgiven beat Leviathan. We beat Flamers, and then the last two matches are Goth Boy Click, and then they're against Icy.
apparently they were actually supposed to be. They're still supposed to be Jesus Freaks, but
Oh, but they just entered with like the wrong team name.
yeah, they literally just
Uh,
typed in the wrong team name.
I've been there,
Still,
bro.
still living in season 5, TBA.
True. Dead season. But yeah. All right. Yo, who do you think the 4 teams that are gonna make it are?
You mean the 3 teams other than Sad Boys?
Yeah, the 3 teams that will get second, third, and fourth.
Exactly.
But we can't show bias on the cast, only on Talk Show. So yeah, what are the 4 teams that will make it?
That's rough because I've only seen the one game between well, I mean, obviously I know that Sad Boys are a very, very strong team, but like
True.
but what people were speculating that the match between you guys and Flamers was gonna be close. I'm looking at this screenshot that's posted here.
Well, here's I'll give you the TLDR since you can watch it. Level 1, we invade. Enemy Caitlyn gets a triple kill. Not a great start. I'll let you know that now. It was not good. And then we jungle diffed them, and we played Torwin Con a lot better in lane. Like we just got shit on bot for a while, and then our soul lanes. We didn't have a winning top matchup either, but because everyone like burned flashes, we just played around jungle presence a lot more and tracked them, and I think that was the difference. It was like in lane they were definitely up. Like your Caitlyn getting a triple kill in a Kate Vel'Koz lane is not ideal, and the only people who got kills on our team were me and Kalista. So me and Kalista each had 1, and Caitlyn had all 3 of theirs, I think. And I think it was we traded 4 for 2 or 4 for 3. So like
I mean, like honestly, if I was like playing into Kate, if I was playing into Kate Vel'Koz and I saw Kate get like a kill at level 1, I'd be like 3 kills at level 1. I'd be like, ah, damn.
Yeah, it was rough, but they had to burn subs for that. So then we just like
okay.
made sure that we tracked Jarvan, and he like itemized pretty poorly against their team. So it ended up being a wash as soon as like Caleb played really well. Like Kurama fucking really smorphed it up. We just had better. I think we're just a little faster on rotations. That's really the only reason why, because they played well individually. Like their Vel'Koz played well.
You know, like what happened in this game here is a very similar case. You actually have the Kai'Sa getting first blood for herself off of an invade. But Kai'Sa burned Flash, Thresh burned Ignite. So like straight up,
you overextend your resources to get that lead, and then you don't.
And then you're not even able to use that lead.
Yeah, playing hard around it is not easy. So anyway, I'm gonna head out and talk back to my team, but it's always jungle difference when you're playing with Sad Boys.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, from the word of the man, or from the mouth of the man himself, Vaughn, everybody. But yeah, so Sad Boys take down Flamers. As you can see there in the Endgame screenshots channel, YMW took down Y2E Leviathan also in a quite dominant fashion. So it looks like these games are kind of one-sided so far, such as they are. And yeah, I believe we're just waiting on the other matches to finish up and the bracket to come back out. So Porridge Boy wins here. Y2E loses. Flamers loses. So we're just waiting on Icy versus Jesus Freak / Gothboy Click. And we're waiting on Collins Kryptonite versus Muck if that game hasn't finished. So yeah, I think we're going to take a little bit of a break for now. Thank you. Alright, so apparently like the warning that you told them was it. Yeah, I got that. I have no idea how I tossed myself out, but I did. Oh, let's see here. The brackets. Okay, so brackets out. Flamers versus Leviathan, IC versus Kryptonite, Muck versus ICBM, Porridge versus Unforgiven, or YMW, and Sad Boys versus Gothboy. Yeah, I was going to say that like the answer for PCAP would say Sad Boys versus Jesus Freaks, but I think probably the most intelligent / fairest thing to do would be Flamers versus Leviathan. So yeah, I think you're right on that call. By the way, is I Am Void like a friend of yours? Just wondering. Okay, no, because I was thinking like your name is I Am Feeding. Then yeah. Then I think Joshy's name was like I Am Minzak, right?
Hello?
Hello.
Hi there.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like kung fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. To myself. Can't get to myself. Can't get to myself. Deep inside, I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be.
Hey.
My love is bigger than I thought.
Okay, just making sure. So I don't think the stream isn't unmuted yet.
Yeah, Tori hasn't deafened herself.
Looks okay. So it looks like the teams just put in their R's. Okay, now it is. Now the stream is unmuted. Let's see here. Just haven't started yet.
Key to my treasure, whatever's the weather. Day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this perfect soulmate. I wanna show her my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Alrighty, draft is kicking off here.
All right, so second part of play-ins, or the second play-in tournament. Crap, just dropped my phone because I'm a very intelligent person.
Everybody's a little clumsy. All good, all good.
Yeah, there we go. Anyway, I'm the True Light, aka Shu, and now I have a casting partner. It's the Rhino.
Only temporarily, sorry.
I mean,
but yeah, I'm here for now. I'm here for now. We got a really cool matchup. We got Flamers Incorporated versus Y2E Leviathan. This is going to be some fun names to start saying in Peak Up if they make it in today. I believe we're competing for top 4 teams in this whole tournament, correct?
Yeah, so top 4.
And this is round 2.
Teams, yeah, both of these teams lost last round. So, you know, being down 1 game, each of them definitely want to take the win here. I think it's Y2E red, Flamers on blue, and they are rounding out their first ban phase now. Flamers have taken away Cassiopeia, Hecarim, and Zhao, focusing that jungle pool down really hard. While Y2E taking Aurelia, Echo, and Akali. And I know Aurelia can be flexed, I think, between 3 different lanes at this point, but that looks like a lot of mid lane focus right there from them.
Yeah, that is actually all 3 of Margarine, the mid laners, top 3 champions played this season. Aurelia with 20, Akali with 19, and Echo with 15 games. And
definitely trying to, like, you're definitely seemingly giving a lot of respect to that. But along that same jungle vein that Flamers were starting off with their bans, they lock in the Jarvan very quickly for themselves. Y2E answer back with Azaya, waiting on that second pick. And it's the Rakan, just opting for the Lovebird spot lane. I think very reasonable overall.
I actually love that title for those two because they're technically like birds.
Yeah.
But I don't think anybody ever says love birds, and it's just beautiful. It's just a little punny at the same time.
Yeah. I think they got them they got the bird legs.
They got the feathers, everything.
The Rakan has a bird brain. Flamers getting the Morgana for themselves. I think Morgana actually plays quite well into Rakan, and considering that Zaya's root is physical damage, there's nothing that she can really do to pop the shield on her own, and needs to rely on Rakan for that. And Rakan does have damage to pop Black Shield, but it's also tied to his CC in the case of Grand Entrance as well as the quickness. So Black Shield is quite effective against him overall. And then to just answer back in terms of rounding out the bot lane,
this game we see going back to their round 1 performance, Flamers tried to pick up the Caitlyn Morgana combo, but were sniped away with the Morgana. So maybe they can have a better performance with the true duo combo rather than just having parts of it.
Yeah. And then Y2E choosing to grab the Vi for themselves, the, as one of my friends puts it, slightly less effective but very female Jarvan. When you think about their kids, like when you think about their kids, I don't think he's necessarily wrong. But like,
Vi is technically stronger. She picks you up and puts you down in the ground, bro. There is no.
Jarvan jumps so hard he creates a terrain. Come on.
Ooh, maybe we'll have to get them on the strength tester later.
We're gonna have to set up some sort of weird science experiment coming soon. PCAP content. But anyhow,
that's gonna be a great graphic to show on stream.
Yeah, like
we tested it out and we determined that Blank is much stronger physically than the other.
Cataclysm. Jarvan uses this many newtons of pressure to create.
Second phase going through. Y2E is focusing out the top lane bans here. After focusing all their bans on the mid lane, who has not been picked up yet, more than likely they're just going to focus out top. Not much else to ban there. While in the case of Flamers, they have a Jax ban because top is undecided and mid is also undecided. But they don't want to ban out too much from top here. There you go.
They selected that ban out the
mid
lane pick. So 4 picks dedicated to the mid lane. Actually, no, 5 considering the Cassiopeia. Y2E hovering the Gnar. I think Gnar is like a really decent all-purpose top laner. Like he does a lot. He's not necessarily the best at everything, but he's very good at pretty much anything.
And he combos well with champions that do engage themselves. Gnar doesn't necessarily need to be the big, I'm going in, throws the ulti, Gnar bars him down. But he is a great follow-up to a grand entrance from Rakan onto, or the quickness into a grand entrance from Rakan, and all that. Pro Draft, what is going on?
I mean,
games.
It's just because Pro Draft goes off of the splashes that are currently being used by Riot.
I actually love this artist. I've seen a lot of their work elsewhere on social media.
Like it too. I think it's hilarious.
It's great.
It's a very distinct art style, to say the very least.
Kayle picked up to be the other sister Morgana. Still flexible in this meta from mid and top, but with the Galio locked in right afterwards, it's definitely going to be a Kayle top into the Gnar matchup.
Yeah, like overall, like with the adjustments that Kayle got a few patches ago, like I remember when those adjustments straight up went live, a lot of people were saying, "Oh, Kayle doesn't really feel like Kayle is that much better than where she used to be." But even giving her that slight degree of improvement has proven to pay off dividends for the champion. And now Y2E hovering the Orianna. Like I think Orianna, once again, in the same way that Gnar is like a really good general all-purpose mid laner, but like you said, like Gnar follows up with people who engage themselves. So does Orianna. Toss the orb onto Vi, toss it onto Rakan, toss it onto Gnar even, and you have the recipe for a very, very scary team fight that Y2E have crafted for themselves.
And not to
flip side-
discount Flamers team fighting either. They have a very good simple engage combo. Jarvan EQ, possibly a Cataclysm follow up, also followed with a Galio R and a Kale R if they need it. Morgana can get in there and then get bindings on everybody, and then the Cursed Shackles too for the stun and big AoE. And Caitlyn's just sitting super far away and getting free auto attacks uncontested because her whole team is wombo comboing and being a massive nuisance as a tanky frontline.
So as it is, like it looks like both of these teams do want to have that kind of insane team fight for themselves, and they both have like the champions necessary to do it. Like you mentioned, Jarvan EQ and like also comboing potentially the Cataclysm as well as the Galio's heroic entrance is a very classic combo as far as like both of those champions are concerned on their own. And then Kale being able to extend the fight with her own ultimate, Morgana providing additional lockdown, and like you said, Caitlyn being there to just auto attack the entire time. So I guess it's very much about who pulls the trigger first, like who finds the opportunities, because the execution is very similar with both of these compositions.
I also think the lane matchups are going to be very interesting in this game and are going to play a much more prominent role if there is if everybody is executing their champions and they have a very clear goal on how they want to play the game. Such as they Y2E counterpicked with Orianna into Galio, but that's a immobile mage mid. Jarvan comes in level 2, Galio flashes in, then taunts afterwards after his changes, and Orianna can't really do anything, and they're just going to continue to punish her if she blows flash level 2. So the lane matchups here are going to be very interesting just because of how the jungle presence can affect them much more than just the single 1v1s or 2v2s that they have.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that respect. And we're getting into the Champions League proper, so let's see if there's any potential answers permutations in terms of Summoner Spell, and further on when we're into loading screen, we're going to be able to see in terms of Keystone. In addition to that, overall, I think both of these teams kind of took pretty hard losses in their last match, and maybe the compositions of the playing together well as a team here are kind of reflective of that. They want to bounce back, so to speak, and they might want to just play through team play to do so. I know that Flamers played against Sad Boys. Let me double check who Y2E played against.
Y2E played against Unforgiven Yarama Yahoo. I think I said that right. Wow. Their name is very crazy. I know they competed.
It's something like Yarama Yahoo, yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Know that they competed in the first play-in tournament, but they were not successful in getting into top 3 or however it shook out after Sad Boys was DQ'd.
It was like top 2, I think. Like, because they only let 2 people in from that spot.
Yeah, it was interesting how it worked out, but
Sad Boys being some bad boys, having them swerve on their team for a little bit. But, they're still here. Like, I think
they're here, putting in their work with a different roster, still in proper points, so gotta give it that to them.
I think they'll probably be all right, but you know what? We're not casting for Sad Boys at the moment.
Thank God.
Okay.
Didn't really want to cast a game that had another Graves, so woof. That would have been great casting.
I mean, like, I think, like, as far as it's concerned, like, Graves is a strong champion. But at the end of the day, is he like super entertaining to watch? Not exactly.
Oh God, he autoed? He E'd forward? He autoed?
Like like the most interesting thing you can see with the Graves is like using smokescreen properly, using your dash well, or possibly just also using your ultimate
sniping somebody,
like either sniping someone or using it as a semi-mobility tool to avoid a skill shot in the pinch. Looking at it right now, looks like both of these teams running a double teleport, but while on Flamers it's teleport on mid and top, Y2E it looks like they have TP on AD and top. And obviously that's just because, having TP on your Xayah or having TP on your ADC can get them back to lane faster. Someone explained to me a little while ago that functionally it's similar to heal in some ways, because you can just like back TP. Like you can back low health, then TP back in, and now you're full health, whereas heal only gives you a very little amount. But it's a trade-off.
Yeah.
You don't have that heal that can be used either aggressively or defensively in a combat situation. And I think there's a legitimate trade-off when players elect to take that TP. They're kind of saying like, I know I'm playing a champion that can be very, very safe and will scale up. And potentially you're looking at a situation where Requiem of Death here might need to have that TP in order to give himself some degree of assurance into this potentially high aggression lane between Caitlyn and Morgana.
Yeah, with the standard goal for Caitlyn Morgana being let's shove them under turret for 5 minutes, take a lot of their plates, poke them out, and eventually take the turret first turret
And
there.
then they try to engage, and we just put on the black shield and
walk away, drop traps. You can't walk over us, that kind of thing. Having TP on Xayah just means that she can recall. She only misses like the however many minions are sitting at her turret and doesn't miss any more because of the 20-25 second walk time from the fountain. Instead, it's shortened down to the 5 second or 4 second TP channel.
And that's important to have for yourself as for Xayah, because like I don't really think the heal makes a huge difference here, because you probably shouldn't be looking to fight Caitlyn Morg.
Yeah, it is very difficult.
That's like talking about like pure lane overall. Like I think thinking about having a strong lane with Caitlyn Morgana, generally speaking, while Kayle has been improved, she also still doesn't like on the other side of things. Like Kayle doesn't have like the happiest of lanes versus most people. More often than not, using your Q either as a poke or a defensive tool for the slow, trying to last hit with your E until you hit 6 and actually become ranged. There's just a lot of things that Kayle kind of just does like a holding pattern. And I joke around with a lot of people when I see a Kayle and I'm playing with them. I'm like, oh, look, it's I need to reduce the amount of deaths that I have in lane to win the game. I just don't. You don't even need kills as this champion. You just need to stop dying. That being said, though, like, am I gonna say that's definitively going to happen every single time? No, I think that when you play Kayle, you do put yourself on a bit of a timer, but that's not to say that you can't outplay your opponent with your own mechanical skill. It's just a bit more difficult considering how weak that champion is early. But the compensation factor might come through with the fact that Jarvan is a high aggression early ganking jungler overall. Having EQ available, or like even using EQ flash to potentially like tip the scales in a lane, either even more favorably in the case of Caitlyn Morgana, or keep things a little more even in the case of your Kayle. And then you already mentioned the previous level 2 possibility with Galio. On the other side of that, I think Vi has her own tools to be scary-ish in the early game. Like, do I think she ultimately relies on her ultimate quite a bit? Yeah, she probably does, but that's not to say that she can't gank like certain other junglers can or can't before 6.
Yeah, I think this Vi is going to be very prevalent around trying to match Jarvan, in the fact that wherever Jarvan goes, they essentially have a pretty even 2v2 in most cases. And just by matching Jarvan wherever he wants to go on the map allows them to try and just out execute on their opponents and display their skill to become their lead for the game and win, rather than Vi trying to gank bot and get bound by Morgana, trap, die. So I don't think we'll see too much of Jarvan in the bot lane, except for dives once Galio hits 6. But
because I think straight up in the 2v2, if you have Caitlyn Morgana on your team, they should know, like, and they know how to play the champions. They should be able to play aggressively. They should have a high degree of control in that lane.
Interesting that Galio opts for Phase Rush here. Never seen that one before, since it has to be 3 unique damaging abilities for him. That means, I guess if you land your E knockup full and then full combo, it will work for you, but
Yeah, I mean, like what I would think about, because it says 3 separate attacks, so you could have 3 autos, or abilities. So the way I would think about that is he's potentially looking for an alt engage. Like he would like alt Q auto, like if he finds somebody,
Yeah,
or
something
like
like
in
that.
lane you're looking for like a QE auto, and then like when you W yourself, you're not going to be very slow because phase rush gives you slow resistance. But does that suddenly make it good?
I
I don't
could.
know.
That is a lot of theory crafting that I have no idea on. Let me check the rest of his runes. I was wondering if he might take Nimbus Cloak to accompany with it, like you said, on the ultimate, like being able to essentially ult in and then run somebody down with phase rush and everything else. Maybe he's thinking that Nimbus Cloak would add on to it, but I'm not. But he didn't opt for it, so we're not sure. My runes didn't save, is what he said.
Can we restart?
Is it allowed? Oh
Um,
gosh. T.O.
Okay, so considering that I'm a TO and also Tori's TO, like that's ultimately a question that might need to be tossed to Luis. But like
I don't have time to do a restart.
the honest answer is they
Yeah.
they needed to pause, and
Y2E is denying them the remake. It sounds like.
well, I mean, like, to Marjorie's like credit, he also said, "You guys make the decision." Well, both of them have to unpause. Yeah. So
Oh hey, that was the pause. That was the resume bug that happens every now and then.
yeah, it actually happened last game as well. Both of them have to say resume.
That's weird.
Yeah. And that's unfortunate because like you never want to be in that situation where you don't have the right rune set up, especially as you know, in a lot of ways runes are either or into towards the mid or like the early or the late game. But here, sorry, Mobster forced to burn his flash is Winds of War there. I actually don't really think there's any way they feasibly get onto him. The slow already wore off, and there's no additional hard CC other than potentially Galio using his knockup, but he started Winds of War, so I don't really think he needed to burn flash there. He kind of just inked, so to speak.
Yeah, but now we come into that situation I was talking about in Champ Select, where if Orianna doesn't have flash, Jarvan just comes mid and says, "Hey Galio, do you want free
like,
kills?"
Yeah, and now like the Orianna is like loses flash at level 1. Like the more intelligent decision, I understand. Like, you know, when you're in the heat of the moment, like decision making can kind of fly out the window.
And
The
here
more
comes
intelligent
Jarvan.
decision would have been just to have. No, I think he's just pathing in.
Nope, he's going across.
Okay. Yeah, the more intelligent decision would have just been to like burn barrier if you really needed to. But there is this level 2 gank, like you mentioned. There is the knockup, Winds of War getting a fair bit of damage down, but Mobster doesn't even burn the barrier there, knowing that he's relatively safe and knowing that Galio didn't have the distance to properly follow up on that, keeps him alive, and lets him have access to that other summoner.
And look at the map, red buff on the blue side here. Oh,
Greggy knockup does find it. There's the auto, one more for the proc.
Smites away the red too. First blood to Greggy. Intelligent play there.
Well done. Marjorie? Not, yeah, I was gonna say that's not a really smart decision to try to like look to get back onto something there because Greggy is just full health and he does have the red buff for himself.
Yeah.
Too. So
that was just amazing though. The timing worked out exceptionally well in Y2E's favor, especially for Greggy. Both junglers had opted to go vertically across the map there, across the river, and just the timing of Greggy getting into the bush right behind red.
That was a good black shield.
Oh, the bind.
And there's the root onto the Caitlyn Ignite with the flash. But it's actually the Rakan who's a bit out of position there. He's ticking down, and the Piltover Peacemaker gets the kill. Bit of a mistake from the Rakan there.
Now fight mid now too.
There's the taunt. But I don't really think that Margarine has a ton of sustained damage, because also consider that Mobster does have his barrier still available. It's almost like he's trying to bait Margarine to say, hey, keep fighting me. But Galio doesn't take the bait, does choose to back off. And in the bottom lane, I think, I think Sigma saw an opportunity, right? And it's not wrong to go for the opportunity, but once you see the Black Shield come through there, you don't have your grand entrance up for a little bit, and he had already burned Battle Dance to get back. using using your flash ignite there onto the Caitlyn when your AD also doesn't have heal, it's a bit of over aggression, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. Y2E's bot lane should really be looking to get out of this lane more safely rather than constantly taking skirmishes. This is just a heal difference essentially, and then factoring in the matchup. Rakan should really be trying to look for his ultimate, or essentially if Flamer's bot lane Keanology or Squirt were to waste Black Shield or misposition in some way that can be easily punished, then it's fine to go in. But that was just a simple
there in the top lane. There's the pop up. Terry forced to burn the flash away, stay alive on the kill. And like I said, I think when you're playing Kaylee, it's very much a game of survival. It's not about winning your lane. It's about surviving and getting out of lane, not super far behind. And I think you just got to be willing to burn the flash in that situation.
Yeah, Terry was actually very lucky to be able to only just have to flash away, and then he comes back and Greggy disappears, and he just comes back and pushes the wave like he was trying to originally.
Yeah,
so he doesn't even lose anything.
Able to crash that lane in, is down about a wave of CS, and that definitely doesn't feel good, and that's probably why he's sticking around here. He wants to probably get as much CS as possible before he has to TP back out. Sigma, bring around, throws the Quill out, gets the heal. That's a
Binding lands
into the soil, and I think he battle danced away. Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much oh, this is why it sucks to play against Caitlyn Morg, right? They both have long range. Caitlyn with the longest natural auto range in the game. Morgana having that ridiculously long range.
Yep.
In the river, there's a bit of aggression. The Galio taunt being charged up full actually means that Greggy has to leave, but there's
Mobster walks a little close.
Throws punch. There's the EQ, but no flash for the knockup because Gecko had already burned it. Continued aggression happening there. Margarine taking a lot of damage.
Top lane fight too.
Top lane Terry getting very low. One more auto does him in, and that's a solo kill for the Gnar. But now they're hovering around. Now towards this bottom lane, they're hovering around the dragon. Quills have been popped.
Pink ward has been taken.
I'm not really sure if they were able to take this. You do see that Margarine does have his ultimate available, and they are
looking for the time to walk in. Here it is, finding him.
Into the Rakan. EQ for the knockup as well. TP
double kill
by the Gnar, but I don't think he has any. No, he doesn't have any fury, but there's the continued fight. Margarine doesn't take the third proc. Flash away from the Xayah. There's the Piltover Peacemaker getting so much damage. The Xayah able to get out rather safely, and I think that the best that Y2E can potentially hope for here is to get Scuttle, but I don't think that actually stops Flamers from getting this first Infernal Dragon. It doesn't. They committed their resources for it, and they are going to be getting that dragon for their troubles.
That was really, I'll say, sloppy from Y2E. They were just trying to contest the Scuttle the whole time while Flamers was walking around clearing wards, and they just end up getting caught. Morgana binding lands, Jarvan EQ, and they had the Galio ulti available from Flavors to even follow up and just create massive chaos. But Caitlyn drops some traps, nets, headshots, and she just deletes two people. Free double kill for her. And
in the top lane, Terry taking damage, forced to burn the ultimate, gets a Nard back into the lane. There's the jump, there's the slow, a few more hits, and that's another solo kill for Slumber Shark. 2-0 now in the Gnar. Gonna have a nice ZS advantage to himself as well. Sorry, despite having to use a TP in that river earlier. And, I think that's pretty much the light in the darkness, despite losing that fight there for Y2E, or the fight in the river for Y2E. Your Gnar is getting the advantage that was probably, expected, but it's nice to know that you're getting it and you have what you expect for yourself. The other thing, though, this Caitlyn is 3 kills in, roughly 20 CS up, and that's pretty difficult when you consider how much of an early game powerhouse that champion is. And if you have that incredibly strong early game, the mid game dip isn't quite as noticeable, and then you transition into a substantial late game as far as those traps are concerned, just hitting so dang hard, considering the items that Caitlyn has available to herself nowadays. In the middle lane, a bit of a CS differential is being built by Mobster versus Margarine here, but I don't think that's wholly unexpected either. Kind of interesting that the Galio uses the Blast Cone. when you could just probably use the Winds of War, then you don't have to use the Blast Cone. But up in the top lane, Heroic Entrance is being used. There it is, the double knock-up. Margarine getting the double taunt. EQ into the double knock-up. Now Shark very low, gets the Gnar into the wall, follows up with a stun. Mobster is now here. There is
Great
the
flash.
Shockwave, but they aren't able to get any return kills. Gecko is still alive. There is the full channel taunt. The Orianna
Monster has no flash.
there. Terry is still hitting very hard. That's a kill onto the robot. And there's the root in the bottom lane, but Requiem is so low, and even before the ace in the hole comes through, Xayah gets put into that tormented soil and taken down. And, you know, while things were, you know, pretty much straight up even gold not even 3 minutes ago, now it looks like Flamers, despite taking a pretty rough loss last game, very happily sitting at a almost 3k gold lead.
And I love this play that Flamers made. They realized that their bot lane is super far ahead. 3-0 Caitlyn picks up a BF sword and a pickaxe, just exceptionally far ahead of their lane opponents, and they say, hey, let's screw our bot lane essentially. Like, we're not going to invest anything extra into them. They're doing fine. Let's change how top lane is going. Gnar has been solo killing our top laner. Let's put him in the dirt and end this. The beautiful thing for them was that at the same time that they went top, Vi is also rotating up there, so they're able to pick up those two. And then Mobster Penguin is just a little out of position on the follow-up. He's late on the rotate because of Galio ult, and he also falls, which is not exactly what Y2E is not something that Y2E wants to have.
Oh no, absolutely not. And you can actually see Requiem here has the cull in his pocket. It's, you know, pretty much saying, gotta farm for late game at this point. That's definitely not anything you ever want to do when you are playing AD, in my opinion. Like, if you're taking cull, it's because you got an early kill at an awkward moment, or because you're behind and you're saying, I just need to farm and I'm getting this item reflects that.
Speaking of AD items, look at Caitlyn already having an IE at 10 minutes. Oh my.
That is painful. And that's another dark binding onto this. Rakan eats his fair chunk of damage right there. But like, the other thing that I would say is significant for Flamer's bot lane is you have your Morgana. She has the Moby boots. It's also past 10 minutes now. So if Y2E makes another bungled engage, or they make a mistake, they might just like engage onto the Morgana, who's gonna throw out the shackles and then gonna pop the Zanyas and be completely safe in that situation and reduce the power of Y2E's engage effectively down to 0.
We can also kind of see that Shady Gecko is trying to get ready for a massive play. He went back to base, picked up his Cinderhulk, but also picked up a stopwatch. He's ready to dive something here, and he's pathing to the bot side. Doesn't seem to necessarily want it, but he's ready to, go in, be uber tanky, and then even have a stopwatch on the backup just in case he gets dangerously low.
Ultimates are all available. Pretty much every flash is up as well. On the side of Flamers, there is the Mountain Drake being spawned there. Cataclysm, ace in the hole, and the command Shockwave goes wide, doesn't get any return damage. I don't really think there's a window here for Greggy to go forward and try to steal the Mountain Drake. He's actually behind enemy lines at this point.
And he's spotted.
Flamers pinging him out. They're already rotating down. They're looking for the Vi. I don't think he gets out in this situation. Soul Shackles into the taunt, into the root, into the stun, and Kentology. Kentonology? Very.
I take a guess and we'll say yes.
You know what? The Caitlyn. The Caitlyn gets another kill.
Caitlyn picks up another kill. They have 4 people in the bot lane. Gnar is knocking on the top side too, taking some free plates for Kael'Thas rotating down. I actually really like that rotation from Terry from Flamers, is that he essentially gets out of top lane, goes and sits mid lane, that way they can pressure that turret down and gain more.
There's the Grand Entrance, doesn't find the knockup. Well done, 90 caliber net from the Kate right there.
More important turret damage, I'll say. Yeah. Taking a top turret for Slumber Shark may be good for him because he'll get the bonus gold. But for Flamers, they want to break open mid lane. That way they can get a lot more map control, drop some deeper wards, and oh gosh.
Ooh, pop up into the knock-up, into the taunt, into another knock-up. Command Shockwave used. There's the command Dissonance as well as the barrier. And there's the shield, but it's just not enough. Penguin, you know, considering that he was 0-2 before that, that's not a terrible amount of damage onto both of them. But, you know, in that situation, your flash is just ever so slightly off of cooldown, and that just has to hurt.
Yeah, Mobster has had his flash down essentially this whole game, blowing it level 1, blowing it on a fight in the river, blowing it on the fight up top, and he's just being very hard punished for this pick. Having no flash means that you really can't do anything because of Jarvan and Galio just being able to get on top of you so easily. And
up onto Kayle. Terry maybe in a bad position there. There is the Assault and Battery popping Kayle into the air, forced to use the ultimate for the invulnerability.
Flashes away, no Galio knockout.
Entrance is there. Justice Punch as well, pops him into the air. Shark in
Oh
the bad
my
spot.
God,
He
what is
doesn't
he?
have the Fury. Oh no! And the Gnar goes down, and I don't think Greggy's wrong to look for that pick, but the Kayle ultimate, just being able to extend that life bar ever so further, gives Margarine the ability to come in, help out his teammate as well, alongside Gecko. And now Flamers are going to nab this Rift Herald for themselves, and they are looking very strong in this game. Just 15 minutes in, having almost a 6k gold lead for themselves.
And Kidnology, after taking that quick fight in the bot lane, recalls and buys another BF sword. Oh my gosh,
the
he just fights
Orianna
everywhere. Flash forward.
Down one more auto does it. And, oh, jeez, that's really rough. And like,
This
yeah,
Caitlyn has so much damage. She currently has, oh god, I can't even read the numbers. It's 256 AD at 15 minutes. That's insane.
So this is a Caitlyn that doesn't actually have a mid-game dip anymore, because he's going to transition effectively from early game into late game. Like,
yeah, he's going to skip all of the lull that you have from buying Zeal items and not having a lot of attack speed to just having a ton of damage, which will supplement the fact of not having attack speed. 3 turrets taken for Flamers, and they just have an open map that they can do whatever they want with now.
So, and this is a bit of theory crafting going on here, from me personally. A lot of people talk about like how Zeal items just don't scale super well with Caitlyn, but you need them because, you know, it's a Zeal item, it gives you crit, it gives you attack speed. One thing that I feel like could theoretically offset that if you are doing rather well for yourself isn't actually Essence Reaver for Caitlyn. It would be going Storm Razor, just so you can get that really like meaty slow on the auto, just even if it's for just 1 second, and you get a fair bit of attack speed from the item as well. Do I think it necessarily outshines a Zeal item, especially in the in the case of Rapid Fire Cannon for Caitlyn? No, I think Rapid Fire Cannon is incredibly useful for that champion. But I think that, you know, there is an alternative to be had. But Margarine finding the taunt, they are aggressing onto the Orianna, but look at the Rakan, getting the quickness, getting the charm, getting it down. And now the Orianna, oh no, she sombreros it!
Oh my, yeah, loses track of the orb.
Terry was able to get Sigma on that, and if you're Y2E there, I think to a certain extent you're kind of breathing a sigh of relief because you didn't lose even more people in that situation. But everything else they lost, flashes, the barrier, like on the Orianna as well, and now
key ultimates too.
Happy to pop the Rift Herald, march into this middle lane. It's not even 20 minutes.
There's a huge
bar! But no, there's no Shockwave there. There's the Kayle ultimate. And Flamers is actually still fighting back. But the Xayah are still alive. She's still free hitting, getting auto attacks off, looking to kill onto the Morgana. Stopwatch has been popped. The Kayle is there, has that level 11, doing a lot of auto attack and AoE damage. With her autos, I mean. And now the Orianna in a bad spot. Shady Gecko gets the kill back onto the Ori. And that fight would have been so good for Y2E if they aren't as behind as they are right now. But Terry, even being level 11 here on the Kayle, you know, now that you have that earlier full range in your kit, able to save the fight such as it was for Flamers after Slumber Shark finds such a huge ultimate.
Yeah, that should have been a 5-man Gnar ultimate there, but Morgana was able to self-cast her Black Shield in time just so that she wouldn't get hit. And Y2E comes in with a great opening to a team fight that Flamers can't necessarily take at that moment, but then they just misplayed the post of it. Everybody's chasing into the Kale, who is now free hitting. She's not necessarily like super weak, only having one item, but she is able to dish out damage as a ranged carry, and that's got to be respected. And then Mobster Penguin chasing after a Jarvan that's been killing her all game. Super tank Jarvan too. Just splits up their damage, and I'm very unsure if Y2E knows what they're doing.
If I had to call that as anything, that's like over aggression and tilt mixing in a little bit right there for Mobster, and being like, oh, I'm gonna chase this down, rather than like I'm playing Orianna, who like plays really well with her team fights or her teammates in the team fights, and straight up chasing that kill right there. And like you said, it's just a bad decision. Another Dark Binding with a Tormented Soil combo doing, wow, that's a non-insignificant amount of damage.
That's a good chunk.
But as you can see, like Caitlyn Cantology does have that IE.
Oh, this pink ward doesn't drop the ward actually.
Because of where the wall is, you are right, it blocks out the ward.
I cannot wait until Mountain Drake makes new walls, and now all the vision lines are going to be super screwed. Season 10.
Infernal Drake gets rid of the walls and the bush.
Ah, yes. Actually, one of the things I wanted to point out from preseason, if I can, is never mind, fighting the bot lane. Nars going in.
And they are, and look at in the Baron pit. Flamers is actually looking for this, and even if they lose Terry here, it's a worth trade. And the ultimate actually ended up saving.
And Terry lives.
Once again, it's that time extension tool of the Kale ultimate, tanking up so much vital damage from both Shark and Greggy to keep the Kale going. And it's just disastrous. It's one play.
And this could be a game-ending push right here from Flamers.
And I think you're 100% right. Like, the timers aren't super long, but they're pushing in so hard. They're definitely going to get an inhib here in the mid lane. They're shoving in the bot as well. They're looking for the for Ori, my bad. They look so similar in those skins. And the Shockwave whips once more. The Xayah has been rooted. Burns the Featherstorm. Doesn't get the Blade Caller quite in time. Doesn't find the roots either. Greggy and Shark taunted up. They go down. There's a double kill in Squirt's pocket. And yeah, I do believe this is going to be the game. There is another.
And that fight was just insane too, because Caitlyn recalled with the Baron. So that was a 4v5 push, 4v3 for a little bit, into their enemy base, and they just couldn't do anything about it. So
and in very fast fashion, the game ends, and man, that is rough for the case of Y2E.
Flamers came to party, and they just dropped the bomb straight onto Y2E's face. Oh my!
They just dropped the Galio and the Jarvan. My God!
Morgana bind into the Caitlyn bomb, into Jarvan flag, into Galio ultimate. Oh my! There are so many things dropping onto Y2E. They had no ability to answer back, and possibly even counterplay it. Most damage in the game goes to Kale. One person that we were thinking was just mostly surviving this game was actually popped off when team fights came around and was able to free hit a lot of time. Probably got kill stolen by the Caitlyn even.
And there's one other game that finished. And I would have to say, in a move that surprises me, Sad Boys. Actually, I think they lost. Yeah.
Unlucky. There are always winners and losers in tournaments.
Well, yeah.
Sad Boys lost.
Yeah.
Sad Boys.
It happens.
Sad Boys. We're Sad Boys.
I swear to God, I don't know how I keep doing that, but I keep moving myself. Anyhow. Those are two games that have been finished up so far.
And looking at my availability right here, it seems I'm going to have to go. It was nice being here with you, Shu.
Thanks.
It was a very quick game for us. I think they did that on purpose. They saw that I had to go soon, and Flamers made it real quick.
Don't forget that Requiem also said, "Hey, we can't remake the game. I got to get going."
That is true. That is very true. Even
No,
with the
it's
wrong
like-
runes, this margarine on Galio was hard popping off. I'm not sure about the usefulness of his phase rush that game, but he definitely still did good with it, even if it was a wrong rune.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is looks like Margarine just said, understandable, have a nice day. We're gonna end the game for you real quick.
Oof.
But yeah, that's rough if you're Y2E going to O2 now. But yeah, hats off to Flamers, who had a pretty rough loss in their first round and having a very convincing win in their second. Definitely definitely able to make it work. There we go.
Yep.
But yeah, if you gotta get going, I won't hold you any longer. Have fun.
Yep. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the final 3 rounds of this tournament.
Yep. Well, that was a game. Yeah, and I suppose we'll be taking it to another break before going into our next round.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like kung fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it.
emerges from beneath the sand. Please don't take me, girl, seem so far away. Across this universe, she lives another day. I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away. I know the reason she stays. I know the reason she's so far away.
Okay, so yeah, so the only two teams that we haven't casted so far, or the only two matchups that we haven't casted at least one team for before, are Kryptonite and Sad Boys and Icy and Unforgiven. So yeah, I'd say it's up to you. All right.
I'll never forget this day.
Okay, and the pro draft links are there. Let's see right there. Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. As you can see, we have Icy on the blue side, Unforgiven. Well, I think their proper abbreviation is YMW, but it's like Unforgiven, Yarama, Yarahu, or something like that. So Unforgiven versus Icy. Icy on the blue side, Unforgiven on the red. And we will be getting into the pro draft big ban in short-ish order. Let me double check and make sure which team, if these teams are up or down in terms of their most recent. Yeah, so both of these teams won. Icy took down Collins Kryptonite in under 30 minutes, having around a 15k gold lead. Very convincing and very strong game from them. Not to be outdone to an extent, YMW takes out Porridge Boy in the previous round and going to almost a 40-minute game, but still looks like they had things under relative control. I don't know what the full record of everyone is, though. Let me see here. And just to toss it out there, apparently Colin, or Protos, however anyone knows him, is potentially streaming the Sad Boys game. Scuff stream, though, probably. Even more scuff than Peacup. Don't at me. Anyhow, yeah, so YMW on the red. Icy on the blue. Both these teams were up. It looks like Icy had the cleaner game, though. So we'll see how it shapes out and goes. And looks like the teams are ready to get into Pro Draft here. Oh, yeah. Also, I'm alone again, by the way. Rhino left. He had to go cast for another tournament. So, yeah, I'm a lonely boy again. Anyhow, Pro Draft has started. Icy has banned away Darius as their first. YMW taking away the Yorick. If I remember properly, Choco. If I remember properly, yeah, like Choco did play the Yorick, like I think 2 or 3 weeks ago. 2 very strong effects, so I can understand that ban. I see also banning out very quickly afterwards the Xerath and the Echo. YMW takes Xayah Karma away. Now IC has their first pick, looking to take this Kaisa for themselves, and then they lock that in. And YMW, you don't have a Xayah Rakan possibility anymore, and I don't know players particularly well. Looking for the early aggression pick, potentially in that Lucian, and they do take that for themselves. I do like, if there was one thing I had to talk about, like, you know, as I do for the future of League, I really am curious about how the whole ranged Targons thing is going to be working for supports, or ranged Relic Shield. Like, just being able to last hit from range is like so huge for a lot of supports, and potentially you're like, that's basically rounds out their bottom lane with Leona, not the Nautilus, but definitely the queen of CC if he's the king, having so much hard CC, giving those plasma stacks to the Kaisa, and it's also the very aggressive Rek'Sai jungle for Icy. On that blue side, YMW finishes their bot lane probably with Morgana, although Morgana can still be flexed up to the mid lane. You never know. YMW take away the Sylas, you know, considering the ultimates available, I don't think it's necessarily wrong to ban Sylas, especially because you haven't made your other 2 picks. But also because Sylas is potentially that mid lane pick that you would want for yourselves, and Mordekaiser being taken away by Icy now. Final 2 bans on the board. It's going to be the Orianna on the side of YMW. Yeah, they locked the ban in. So looking to give themselves a little bit of mid lane flexibility, potentially take away those blind pickable or consistent gradient performance mid laners that Icy could nab up for themselves. Icy taking some time to think about this when they don't even have a ban hovered yet. Clock is ticking down, and they elect to take away the Neeko, another mid lane pick, potential pick, and you know, considering they banned away Sylas and Orianna, who I think can do reasonably well into Neeko, I can understand that ban. So YMW looking to either show their top lane or their mid, and they pick something that can be flexed into both, which is the Vladimir. So now Icy, the onus is on them to pick something that can kind of address that pick wherever it goes. Kind of interesting possibilities and dynamic as far as everything is concerned here. They are taking the time to think about this one in the same way that they had to think about the Nico. And it's going to be the Jace. So, like, Jace also could be potentially flexed to top or mid. But, like, here's the issue. IC do have to pick. Like, they're the ones who have to finish their draft right now, right? So now it's a situation of, like, we need to pick something that can go top and mid in both lanes. And, you know, Victor is definitely something that can do that. I don't think Syndra is that thing. And I think if you lock in the Syndra here, you kind of have to send it mid lane. And they do elect to stick with it. So now YMW knows what they're going to be playing up against in both top and mid. They have the Vladimir in their pocket already. What do they finish their draft with, though? They have a fair bit of magic damage between Zac, Morgana, and Vladimir. And they finish it with Gangplank, so they're going to be sending Vlad mid into Syndra. I think that's a pretty reasonable idea, especially because the pool, I think, avoids Syndra's ultimate if Vlad uses it smartly. Gangplank, he doesn't have the funnest of early lanes, but definitely a pick that scales up. He just wants to farm, just wants to get the gold in his pocket. And I think that's certainly something that, or a pick that can enable him to do so. So those are your team compositions for this third round of the play-in stage. I don't know how many rounds we will be having. I think I have to ask either Tori or Luis that. Luis would probably be the person who's most knowledgeable, though. As we now are in here for this next game. Into the Champion Select proper, I mean. And nothing, like, overall, I don't think anything was too shocking in terms of bans, considering the two players that are on this team. I think Zohair definitely happy to have the Jarvan for himself, though. Dun, 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 dun. Let me check really quickly what the collective records of these teams are. Okay, so I see 1-0, 2-0. We are now in our third round, and so IT is 2-0. YMW 0-1 and 2-0. So right now this is IC being 2-0 versus YMW is 1-1. Kryptonite versus Stad Boys. Let me double check. I think that other matchup is a 1-1 situation. No, Stad Boys is 1-1, and Kryptonite looks like it's 0-2. No, Kryptonite's 1-1. My bad. That's okay. So, okay. So this is a 2-0 versus a 1-1. Then Kryptonite versus Sad Boys, it's 1-1 versus 1-1. Okay. And oh, that's kind of interesting. You actually see here on your screen that Zohair is going to be the Vladimir potentially into the base, and you have Gangplank into the Syndra. I think Gangplank can definitely, having oranges to cleanse the stun is a joke. It's definitely something very important for that champion. Though I'm ultimately interested in to see how it play out as far as the matchup itself is concerned. You see on both sides of the rift, top. Okay, if I'm sounding robotic, that might be an issue with the server state. I saw that my connection fluctuated up and down a little bit there. Let me double check. Okay, so if that does happen again, it might be because of where the server is located, like region-wise. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't recommend you do anything about that, because the only way to address that is to address is to switch the entire region of the server for voice channels. And considering that we have so many people in the voice channels on this Discord right now, that could be bad. Like, really bad. Okay, so Star ICBM has dropped out. That's a shame, to say the least. But you know, when things don't work out, it's kind of discouraging. And you guys just, people just get discouraged. It happens. And so we're going to get into the game proper within short order. Yeah, so both tops and mids, both teams have teleport. Potentially, you're looking for, we might see, a lot of TP plays either in the bottom lane or in team fights or just fights around objectives. Can't see any keystone runes yet, although I feel like it would probably be all standard here. Overall, I think Morgana Lucian's kind of an interesting combo, especially like when you consider, I think Kai'Sa and Leona are probably very similar in terms of execution. Like you just want to land your CC and you want your AD carries to just like jump on them and kill them. And in a certain respect, I think Kai'Sa and Leona work together a little bit more because Kai'Sa relies on Leona to get her CC off and get her plasma stacks down, whereas Lucian just needs the CC to be there. He can kind of work with anyone. It can be the Mortar, it can be the Zac, as long as someone's there to CC his opponents, and Lucian can just use his passive, get the PTA proc, and just burn someone down. As far as Syndra Gangplank goes, I think a very skillful Gangplank is just a very skillful player in general. Although Gangplank, in a similar way to Kayle, is just a champion that has a pretty bad laning phase, and in a lot of matchups he does have outplay potential, but more often than not it's a situation of like just trying not to lose the lane super hard, and then suddenly I will start winning after I've gotten gold and items into my pocket. Rek'Sai versus Zac, I would say this one's definitely on Zohair. He has the higher degree of agency as far as this game is concerned, especially early, because Rek'Sai is that, early ganking champion, whereas Zac, I do believe, can gank early, but is a bit level reliant. He needs some points into Elastic Slingshot to be super effective. Jace versus Vladimir, like, Jace is this high aggression pick, right? That when Jace pays off, Colin, what did you post in the chat? I mean, like, you could just explain. I'm assuming that you posted a link, considering that the bot says something here. But yeah, I mean, I hope it wasn't anything really rude. Anyhow, yeah, I don't think anything like super crazy necessarily happens in this game. We'll see really quickly. Whoa, Choco is going for that Klepto Jace. Being Nagari, maybe. And I think, Kleptomancy is, it's an RNG rune. Like, sometimes it works out super, super well for you. Sometimes it doesn't quite work out great. And I think, going into the future, in terms of Kleptomancy specifically, that one has like some wild implications of saying like, hey, rather than like one keystone, here's like every keystone, almost every keystone. But yeah, playing that into the Vladimir who does have phase rush, I think that's kind of dangerous, because if Vladimir does find an in, and if the player is skillful and effective, the Kleptomancy might not give you anything to deal with that. So I think Choco MG kind of pressed here to perform well and to hopefully get some good stuff out of his Klepto procs. You can see that Zohair actually went for Hail of Blades. That's a very damage-oriented Rek'Sai keystone, I believe. Like, I think a lot of Rek'Sai players might think like, oh yeah, like, or not necessarily a lot of Rek'Sai players, but like on first blush you think, oh, but like Rek'Sai can go for like Flash on Burrow, get that additional tankiness. But like, it's like going Hail of Blades, you can still get Flash on Burrow, but then like you get your 3 autos off really quickly with your I think it's with your Q, and I do believe your Q is an auto reset, and Hail of Blades doesn't actually consume a charge when you use your auto reset. So you're actually getting 4 very, very quick autos, and it's very dangerous as far as Rek'Sai's Fury generation goes into that bite that is true damage at max rank, or sorry, max Fury. Otherwise, nothing too shocking in terms of the masteries here. Mr. Muscles here has the grasp, and I think that's pretty standard. You're playing into a ranged matchup, especially because Syndra can kill the barrels. Like, you probably don't want to be in a situation where you're kind of relying on Kleptomancy procs for yourself when you don't have that natural range or that natural advantage over a melee opponent. In the case of Gangplank, here in the top lane, you can see that Icy has stacked up his 5. They are looking for Vladimir. They find the root, force the flash over the wall, and Zealot losing his flash there. That's big. That means that Rek'Sai, Zohair, is going to know there's something he can get done against that Vladimir early, especially level 1, being the pool necessarily available for himself. It's going to be ever so scary for Zealot up there up top. Choco looking potentially for an in there. Don't think he's going to be finding anything though. And after forcing that flash... Yep. Okay, so after forcing that flash there, Zealot loses his flash, but smartly, or intelligently, I suppose you could say, you can see that YMW put forward vision down. They know where Zohair is starting. There is no doubt whatsoever. And that's like partially why I believe you see Tay just taking red, like no leash, knows that Zax's passive can sustain him well enough early on. Partially compensates. And a lot of times, like, people say, oh, like bot lane, like or like bot lane or top lane don't move, so you can fake the leash, and like the enemy jungler will has to kind of flip a coin to figure out where you started. The other thing is, if neither lane leashes, the enemy jungler still doesn't know where you started necessarily, without them having vision on you. So, and your laners can get to lane a bit faster. You can start farming, so to speak. They're in the mid lane. Mr. Muscles getting that barrel combo down, getting the additional proc through. He does have the Corrupting Punch. Stun does not land onto the Gangplank, and that's frustrating all on its own. But you can see there, it's not as though the Gangplank is super safe. He is still liable to take ability damage, take auto damage, as well as the fact that his barrels can just get popped rather easily because they don't tick down super quickly this early on. The other thing that's kind of surprising from Choco, at least to me, is that he has the call. It's it's just that, hey, I'm gonna farm item, and I think at this point it's kind of about gold generation more than anything else. Just have as much gold as possible. Tay is here. They are looking for the Syndra. No elastic slingshot in there yet. Oh, nothing there. Bottom lane's just farming it out. Mid lane looking to be farming it out. But once again, Hiccup able to shove the lane in, force these minions into the tower. And there's just not a whole ton that Muscles can do here other than wait for the minions to come to him and just grab as many as possible. Use the Q to farm. And baby Tay has been spotted out, dodges the knockup. So Zohair is gonna get the Wolf Camp, but there aren't going to be any kills, at least not onto the Zac. Or maybe I was speaking too soon. They will be popping the passive. You can see that Morgana is here. They are looking to finish off the Zac, and in short order they do get it. One more auto would have gotten Mr. Muscles as well, but it just wasn't enough. And that's pretty difficult, but up in the top lane, this continued aggression. Zohair will have the additional movement speed for his Q soon. Doesn't have the flash though, so he can't go forward and look for the solo kill. Choco able to stay alive. He doesn't even have to burn his own flash in a defensive manner there. And that's just a single pickup very, very quickly into Zohair's pocket for that first blood. And you can see otherwise it's kind of reflected on the map. Tay only has 12 CS to Zohair's 34, and Zohair has a kill. And the overall gold lead is 1.6k, favoring Icy, and you gotta feel pretty good about that if you're the blue team at the moment. I think, gosh, this is also frustrating. I would say if you are the bottom lane of YMW. Because look, the Leona has 2 normal pots and went biscuits. Like that's so much sustain that like even if you burn the Leona down somehow, she can just pop her biscuits, pop her potions, and stay relatively healthy and able to fight. Especially because the biscuits also provide mana to you, and there's just not a whole ton that they can deal with at the moment. So it's just like a hard farm situation. That's a nice barrel combo, but the stun does come through into the additional W. Muscle's taking a fair bit of damage there. There is the flash knockup. Tay forced to use a short range elastic slingshot to get away from the flash engage from Zohair. Void Seeker looking for more damage. No continued aggression there in the bottom lane. Tay didn't even have to, or didn't use the flash there, but is continuing to get pressured by Zohair in this situation. There's not really a ton that the Zac can do against such a aggressive pick early. There is the Zenith Blade, there is the root into the stun, taking damage. You want to pop the plasma stacks if you're the Kai'Sa there, and you are able to hit them with the Void Seeker. Flash away from Gucci Boy. He stays alive. He does have those potions to himself, and that's pretty much why he's able to stay safe. Is still going to be backing though, leaving the Kai'Sa semi-vulnerable, but it looks like Ashley Olsen is electing to back alongside the support as well. But yeah, it's like these small advantages now are just creeping up in the case of Icy, especially when you look at the Rek'Sai and potentially as well as the Jace. I don't see how much gold he has from Klepto, but yeah, you can see right there, Jace having roughly a 200 gold lead, Rek'Sai having almost 700. In the mid lane, 200 difference favoring Hiccup, and in the bottom lane things are a bit close, but still about 100 gold apiece, favoring Icy's bot lane. So, you think about that, you actually realize, none of Icy's lane / roles are winning super hard in terms of gold, maybe with the exception of Zohair. But the other thing to think about is none of their lanes are behind on gold. And that's actually kind of significant because, you do have this farming gangplank, and, Lucian and Morgana, they want to be aggressive. And if you're Zealot, like you're Vladimir, you're kind of just trying to stay safe. And oh, this is terrible for Baby Tay here. Forced away from the red buff. Zohair just owning both sides of the jungle right now. And if you're the Zac, you press tab really quickly. It's like, oh man, Rek'Sai has a kill and his 30 CS up. I'm not going to be very useful at all because I need the levels. I need the experience to get Elastic Slingshot to a point where I can have a more unpredictable gank path, or, at least one that's harder to see. And it's rough. Like you can see there that, both junglers do have their colored smites and their component items towards those things, but so much better for Zohair right now. There is the Burrow looking for the knockup. Flash forced from Sup Guys. And yeah, and like the thing is, like, that's actually just a situation where even though Zohair doesn't necessarily get any damage off, isn't like just getting the summoner out of the Morgana, and which is ever so vital when you consider that Morg is actually level 5 right now. So by the time that Morg hits level 6, you're not going to have any potential for a flash ulti. Up there in the top lane, there is the Hemo Plague. It's going to heal up Zealot a fair bit. Void Seeker does find its way onto Mario Fan. He trades back with his passive a little. It's a light slinger proc onto Ashley Olsen, who walks into it. Zohair hovering around again, looking for the engage. The stun doesn't land from the solar flare, which means the bottom lane of Icy has to back off once again, and the gold lead has kind of stagnated for Icy at about 2k. And I think it's just because, both teams, while you have forced the flash from their Morgana, and I think that's a very strong thing to consider, Morgana is able to stay safe as long as you have the Black Shield. But once again, while you're able to stay safe, you're not able to play aggressively, and I think at the end of the day, League of Legends rewards intelligent aggression rather than passive play. And that's just kind of difficult overall if you are the side of Icy, because you just want to snowball, right? Like, you have this aggressive jungle pick and you're not able to find aggression. But one other thing that can accelerate games, or at least at the very end of the day give you some damage, is getting dragons for yourself. And Zohair recognizing that possibility, calling his bottom lane over, saying, hey, let's get this. Like, it's not necessarily super great, it's not a combat Drake, but it'll give us a stronger lane, it'll give us resource regen that we can, use for ourselves to continue having this favorable lane that we've had so far. Once again, Tay getting tracked, getting run down by this Rek'Sai. Very difficult. Zenith Blade has gone wide, but that also means that the Black Shield has been used. There is the binding landing onto the Lelouch. The plasma stacks are ticking down. Morgana Soul Shackles has been popped. Killer Instinct there as well. Ignite as well as the minion autos. Ashley Olsen finds the return kill. Trades support for AD, and I think that's pretty worth for this side of Icy, just being able to keep your AD alive and continue farming in that situation. Olsen does eat a binding at the end, but is able to stay safe. Killer Instinct used very well to avoid a ton of damage there. Up there in the top lane, yeah, things not going super crazy. One thing that I do respect from Choco there is he does have the tier. I do like tier Jason, I do respect it, even though I know that the whole lethality thing has been popular on him for quite a while now. But the other things that he has in his pocket, Vamp Scepter as well as the Executioners to kind of deal with that incredibly strong healing from Vladimir overall. Now Tay is able to get the Elastic Slingshot off. Hiccup in a bad spot is able to get the return kill, but the final auto and smite, was it auto? I think it was a bit of both. There from Tay, make it a 1-for-1 trade, but considering it was a 1v2 for most of it, Hiccup getting the kill there is actually pretty big. Now, Baby Tay does go forward, looks for the gank, does pull Choco back, and the Hemo Plague is able to save Zealot, but look, Zohair is here, hovering around, looking for an engage, fires out I think it's Prey Seeker on the side of Rek'Sai, maybe looking for an execute ultimate. Gucci Boy is there. He does throw out the Zenith Blade, and the deal is, for Mario fan, is yes, you avoid the root, but you actually don't really get anything else done because it will still bring the Leona to the target. You just won't get rooted down, and the Zenith Blade does magic damage, and it was just enough, I think, along with Kai'Sa's damage there, to pop the Black Shield, give Gucci Boy the opportunity to get the Shield of Daybreak stun through, and that ensured the kill coming through onto Mario Fan and subsequently onto Sup Guys. And that's quite good for Icy now, as they have found they're able to start accelerating a little bit more, especially in this bottom lane, and that's exactly what you want for your Kai'Sa. You want to make sure that she can transition into late game as well as possible, and that was a very nice scatter of the week from Hiccup right there, finding the double knockup, making sure that Tay, even though he wasn't going to be landing the Elastic Slingshot knockup there, just can't have any additional aggression, just sends him back to his Raptors. Right there in the mid lane, Zohair pops the Rift Herald, getting some additional turret plates. The tower is ever so low, but I'm not sure if Hiccup is going to be able to grab it. A few more autos will do it for them, and that is a huge knockup onto Baby Tay right there. Unleash Power is thrown onto the Zac, but it doesn't get any kills. And I do believe Zach's passive is available now. Oh, that's another additional stun onto Muscles. And there, up there in the top lane, Zealot going forward, cast the Hemo Plate, getting the additional damage onto Choco, who flashes into the warded bush, and that's an easy solo kill for the Vladimir right there. Very important for Zealot to get that when you consider that it looks like mid lane is going to be on his timer for a little bit, and the Lucian and Morgana haven't quite found everything they wanted to. Elastic Slingshot away, into the knockup, into the Solar Flare. Zac passive has been popped. Now there is the Lucian. He has the Black Shield on himself. TP used to keep the jungler alive. The Vladimir will be coming through. There is the Cannon Barrage. Zohair ticking down. The Ignite gets him. Kill credit goes over to the Morg. That's pretty bad. A bit of over-aggression this time coming out from Icy, but it looks like they're still going to be positioning around the dragon. They know that they forced Baby. Amount of time you potentially see. Okay, sorry, my game froze for a little bit. You potentially see Zohair have the opportunity to go back up. Now they're in the bottom lane, flash forward for the binding from the Morgana, but there wasn't enough additional damage. It actually looks like Mario ran out of mana. The plasma stack's coming through. It is going to be a kill for Ashley Olsen in the middle lane. Hiccup gets a solo kill onto Mr. Muscles, as well as getting the tier 2 tower. And in the top lane, you see the Choco forcing Zealot away. All on his own. Looks like he's trying to transition into a Bork with a Cutlass there. And yeah, like, you know, YMW did get something good for themselves, like to force Icy away, you know, kill Zohair with Morgana's Ignite, but it didn't really look like they could transition that slight win into anything meaningful, and that's why Icy is just able to get back onto the map and get something done. I think the most meaningful thing they tried to do was Lucian Morg looking for a double, like, you know, a kill onto the bot, or kills onto the bottom lane of Icy, and it just didn't pan out. They were able to turn it around on them because Lucian had run out of mana. And to an extent, that's the Ocean Drake working against YMW. If they had that in their pockets, maybe Lucian does have the mana to deal with that situation. But now it's double Ocean Drake in the favor of Icy. They've got to be feeling pretty good about that. Like, you know, granted, Kai'Sa, like, I don't think their team is like a poke team, like a poke-oriented team, maybe with the exception of Jace. But, you know, Syndra, Jace, I think, you know, Kai'Sa as well, happy to have the mana regen if they need it. Double Ocean starts paying dividends as the game goes on. Solar Flare used, doesn't do anything, but the knockup comes through anyway, and Sup Guys just gets eaten up by the Rek'Sai right there. Easy kill. And then it looks like they're going to transition their positioning around here, looking to just take this bot lane outer turret for themselves. And they will. I don't really think there's any way that YMW can or really should be looking to get anything here. Because defending it would be kind of foolhardy. I think the only person who's like competently competitive, really competitive in terms of damage is probably Vladimir, and this is probably what they should be doing, looking for picks, looking for kills on isolated members of the map, and they do find it onto Hiccup there. They burn the Gangplank ulti as well as the Hemo Plague, but I don't really think there's any objectives that Icy can really be transitioning the use of those abilities around. So, looking at item points right now, Ashley has to be a little bit careful there. Doesn't really know if the binding is up. That's why he backs off. And Kai'Sa, not terribly far off from finishing the Guinsoo's. Leona, that should be a Zeke's Convergence with the Glacial Shroud there. Ooh! Knockup finds its way onto Tay, just interrupting the back. I don't really think there's going to be a real fight here. It'd be a bit of a wet noodle if it were to happen. Mario Fan opted to go Essence Reaver first before Bork, and I think that's fine overall for Lucian. Just get the CDR in your pocket. But like overall, For the side of YMW, I think it's a case of like we're gonna have to depend a lot on Gangplank and Vlad. Lucian isn't going to be like super weak, but he's not going to be as strong as a Kaisa into the late game. It's going to be off the backs of a good strong engage from Zac, a good follow up from the Morgana. And then like you have Vladimir and Gangplank with their own AoE damage from their ultimates doing some work, and Lucian just being able to potentially just free hit if he can in a team fight. But on the side of one moment, sorry. On the side of Icy, it's very much a game of control that they have for themselves. They have double Ocean Drake, so they're kind of able to stay out on the map a little longer. They're going to be a little more free with their spell use. And they have their own pick potential in respect to the Leona, as well as the Rex side, just being able to find really quick engage and hard CC to burst targets out. Insofar as team fights are concerned, it could be kind of messy for them because their AoE hard CC is either a strong scout of the week from the side of Hiccup, or Gucci Boy finding a fantastic solar flare as the Leona here. But to Icy's credit, they're only 3 kills up and only 3 towers up, but they have almost a 7k gold lead for themselves, and they're playing a rather clean game, everything being considered. The only substantial kills that have come onto Syndra, onto Hiccup here, are kind of a result of just being a little bit out of position and Zac being able to hard punish it quite well. But overall, I think things are pretty good for Icy. I would say that you probably want Jace to finish boots. That one would work quite well for him. Ooh, Baby Tay forced to use the Let's Bounce very defensively, which means that if a fight does break out anytime soon, won't have that tool for disruption or follow-up after the engage. What are Icy going to use that or do with that? They're going to set up Vision around Dragon. And it's a mountain this time. It's another thing that can accelerate games because it gives you stronger objective control. Into next season, that's not going to be true anymore. And that's probably a good thing. But yeah, finding the Dragon there for themselves, quite good. Up in the top lane, you can actually see that Mr. Most Muscles looking to grab the outer turret there. But look at Icy's positioning right now. They want to pinch. They want to collapse. There in mid, forced the Morg, Lucian away, I believe, and down there in the bottom lane, there is the Zac, or there's the Vladimir, and as he's saying, hey, look, Dragon's up, let's go for it. Ping's initially going down onto the Baron from the side of YMW, but rather than actually go for it, they elect to stop, and looks like they kind of read out. They were like, oh, wait, no, they're not backing. They're not going towards Dragon anymore. So don't do the Baron. Don't do the Baron. Get out. And to an extent they do, but except for Sup guys who stayed behind for some reason, maybe looking for additional vision. But as a support, and I make this mistake all the time, as a support, you really shouldn't be solo warding. You shouldn't be, trying to control vision on your own. You need to have like your top laner or your jungler there to back you up. Because if you don't, you just get hard punished and you feed overkills and you feel really, really bad about it. And Mr. Most Muscles is disconnected from the game and has reconnected to the game. Interesting. And looks like we're going to be getting back in really quickly. Just Mr. Most Muscles, I guess seemingly slightly DCing, like maybe the, what do you call it? Maybe his internet just blurred it out a little. Now the game at least to me, the game feels kind of lulled out. Like neither team is playing super aggressively. Icy has gotten the dragons every single time, but they're kind of sitting on it. I feel like, you know, now that you have this mountain in your pocket and your Kaisa has Quinsu's already finished, just start laying down vision, clearing vision around Baron and forcing. Okay, now they're doing it. Okay, I was gonna say like forcing YMW to come forward into you. Like they have to play cautiously, and if they don't, then like you can punish them really hard for it. And yeah, you can see that now reflected in the forward vision that IC puts down into YMW's jungle and into the Baron pit. See that Muscles is sitting in that bush in top lane thinking, hoping for anyone to bite, and he sees the wave there. He doesn't want to pass up the cannon minion. But yeah, game's still kind of lulled, not gonna lie. Because I don't think that either team is playing super aggressively around the objectives. Like, yeah, you are playing around the Baron, but like now, like nothing is really happening / getting done. Mario fan taking incredibly low, just off of Ashley Olsen's damage there. It's I personally think that Kaisa can kind of feel like a bit of a huge nuisance when you consider that she's, and a friend pointed this out to me, Kaisa is, you know, one of the most played AD carries in the game. And even though she has a sub 50% win rate in some cases, does that really justify where she is? Baby Tay getting caught out here, stun, into knock up, into popping the passive. Zac for not that. Gosh, the Zac is not long for the world, and now Ashley Olsen going unstoppable. And because it was the Zac they take out there, they can force around the Baron. TP is available for Zealot, but I'm not sure if he should be looking for anything here. They are burning this down so fast, especially because Ashley Olsen now has that Mura mana in the pocket. And, you know, while you say that, Hemoplague burned by Zealot trying to stay safe, and it looks like first, oh, okay, they have to clear out the control ward, yeah, but like I think like you have to be decisively clearing out the control ward. You don't just sit on it, walk around the Baron pit a little bit more, just go. OMG getting pressured out here. Hypercharge is being used. Mario fan takes one auto from the Kaisa and does a little chunk of damage right there. But yeah, like if you're Icy in that situation, like look, just clear the ward and force the Baron. Like you could still bin on the Baron and fighting. Like Baby Tay wasn't at the time anywhere close to the Baron pit. You have the single mountain in your pocket. Like just play aggressively. Like, you know, be willing to pull the trigger. Like don't wait for your opponents to make a mistake. Because if you're waiting for your opponents to make a mistake, you're saying like that you're waiting for your opponents to let you win the game. Why would you let someone give you why would you let someone give you the chance to end the game when you can just create that chance all on your own, is effectively what I'm trying to get across here. Now Kaisa does have the stopwatch and Nashor's Tooth completed, so I really think, like, let me double check what the Drake is right here. The next Drake is an Infernal, so that's definitely something worth playing around. But yeah, like I think that if you're Icy right now, you're so far ahead. Like, is the Infernal? It's not super important, or nearly important as the Baron is, just to, you know, want to take it for yourselves. And it looks like Choco and Zealot are duking it out here in the bottom lane, and both looking for solo kills, both fighting really hard. Ooh, flash used by Choco, looking to get the kill. Doesn't find the Q, but the enhanced Q is used there. And, you know, once again, like, you were watching that aggression happening there, but the moment, the moment that YMW puts down a pink ward, Icy just backs off the Baron, and now look, they found the pick. They trade 1 for 1 here, sure. But okay, well, okay, never mind. You can't go into the Baron now because Zohair is dead, and now look, the inside track onto the Infernal Drake and Tay. They're probably going to be able to grab it as long as Smite is going to land, and yeah, there it is. Like, you're going to lose Tay for that. And now there's the Killer Instinct being used, straight double kill onto the Lucian, and that is very well done. But in response, you see there in the top lane, Mr. Most Muscles pushing down, taking the inner turret there. Why am I talking so slow? Taking the inner turret there, pretty darn big. overall. Like, they get the Infernal, they get the Inner Turret, they lose 2, one of them being the Lucian. Definitely doesn't feel good. Now that they are back out onto the map, they are starting this Dragon up. They have the single mountain available to them, and there is no contestability coming through on the side of YMW. They didn't have the cannon barrage. Stun does land, instantly cleansed with the oranges. Choco still going forward, trying to use the movement speed from his ulti switch to close the gap, and it doesn't happen. So now, yeah, now Icy finally finally recognizing, or like not recognizing, but like finally saying like, look, Zach's down. We have this Kaisa who is online. Just go for the Baron, take it, and they do. They don't even need Zohair there. There's no competing smite. No one else from YMW is even close, and Mr. Most Muscles even burned TP in a situation where probably wasn't ever going to be able to get onto there. And even if he did get there, it would have to have been through a barrel combo to steal the Baron there. It's like, kind of a pipe dream at this point. But for the Gangplank, it's back to split pushing in the top lane. Zealot and bot trying to answer Choco. But you can also see Zohair is hovering around looking for the Gangplank. It's going to be very, very important for the side of YMW that Gangplank stays alive here. There's the flash knockup, toss him into the air. The oranges have been used, but Mr. Most Muscles goes down in very short order. So the split, the Hemoplague, as well as his Qs to sustain up in a potential fight between these two. But that also means in this middle lane, the other 3 members of both teams are kind of stuck. They're kind of fighting each other. On the side of Icy, they just want to push the minions in, get the tower, or get some, pot shots into the tower if and when they can. Mario Fan doing the relentless pursuit dash forward, throws himself out of position and kind of kills himself there. Or no, not kind of, he straight up does kill himself there. And gets completely bursted out. Killer Instinct used by Ashley Olsen. She goes forward, casts the Q, and I think that does physical damage, so it doesn't really matter that Morgana uses Black Shield in that situation, and now Tay has gone down as well after the passive has been popped. Stuns layered onto the Gangplank. He can't move. He even tried to use the oranges, but it just wasn't enough. Couldn't flash out, didn't even have a moment to breathe. And that will be game in favor of Icy. I think they took a little bit longer than they needed to, but they found the win in the end anyway. 31 minutes, Icy take it over YMW. And so looking damage really quickly. Yeah, Zohair very effective early, but at the end, not having ultra high damage numbers, but you compare that to his, jungle opponent over there in Tay, and you can see that Zohair almost triples Tay's damage contribution as far as the game goes. Even in terms of CC score, they go even, like, which is, saying something because Zach does have a ton of CC in his kit. Other things to be considered. I think the damage as far as like Kaisa is concerned, definitely not surprising. Like the Kaisa scaled up very, very quickly with all the kills that she got into her pocket. And it's just very hard for YMW to get back into the game or off the ground. Potentially, maybe the only thing they could have looked for was just a 5v5 fight where they hope Vladimir gets a fantastic Hemoplague off and does really very well for himself through it. But that just didn't happen. So anyway, I think we should take a really quick break. Short order.
Danger like kung fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't
Okay, from Luis's mouth himself. It will be, what do you call it? Gosh. It will be likely one more round and then tiebreakers going forward from there for either third or fourth spot. Let's take a break for a little bit.
If you ever need a helper, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just wanna. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just wanna.
Deep inside, I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity, I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. Now this don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this perfect soulmate. I wanna show my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. I just wanna.
Okay.
years away. Now I feel I'm done, and I'm cursed by every day till my time is gone. I've never felt this way before, and now I know this all for sure. I won't forget your last betray. I'll never forget this day. I'll never forget this day.
Are we still waiting on one game?
How far can we get if we sail a little bit high, a little bit low? I need us to be a little bit high, a little bit low, completely alone.
Okay, so going into this round, Sad Boys versus Unforgiven. Both. Sad Boys and Unforgiven are both 2-1. So assume that if Sad Boys win, Dutch. Tori, can the teams choose to swap sides? Oh, what? Shoot, they're already in the pro draft. Whoopsie. Okay, hello. Sorry, wasn't fully paying attention right there. But as you can see, both teams are in their pro draft. Oh, wait. Am I unmuted? Okay. Yep. Well, wait, the stream delay is actually kind of substantial. Anyway, as you can see, both teams are in their pro draft. On the blue side, we have Muck, and on the red side, we have Flamers Inc. I think the teams just agreed to do a quick swap because, if I recall properly, Flamers has been on blue side a little too much for their liking, and Muck agreed to do the swap. But as you can see, Muck have banned out the Kale, Sejuani, and Caitlyn, picking themselves J4, Lulu, Kaisa as their jungle and bot lane. In response, Flamers have drafted Xayah Rakan for themselves, picked up the Echo, which can go either mid or jungle, as I think he is generally played nowadays. And they have banned Renekton, Pantheon, Yasuo, Akali. Renekton, Pantheon, Yasuo can all be flexed around to different positions, top or mid, primarily being the ones you see most, although Pantheon can go into the jungle. Akali also being another mid lane / top lane ban. So you can see the ban strategy from Flamers saying, hey, you know, all this stuff that can be flexed to top and mid that's really, really annoying to deal with, we're going to get rid of it. And Muck didn't finish their ban. Huh. And okay, that is supposed to be Jax. That used up ban there is supposed to be Jax. So Kale, Sejuani, Caitlyn, now Jax banned away. Flamers taking the Darius away at the end there. Another top lane pick off the table for Muck in that case. And the final ban from Muck is going to be the Zac. So kind of indicative to them. We don't really think that Echo is your jungle pick. We think that Echo is the mid lane pick, and everything considered, do I think that Echo suddenly loses against, Renekton, Pantheon, Yasuo, and Akali? Not necessarily, but maybe their mid laner just doesn't feel super comfortable against those things. Who knows? But that will be the Camille locked in for Flamers. So one thing remains up in the air: who is their jungle / mid? Is it Echo? Is it not? But Muck don't have that flexibility. They have to make the call now. They have to say, we're going to have to plan around this a little bit. As they pick their top laner, and they do get the top lane counter pick at the very least, and it's going to be Mordekaiser. At least that's what they're hovering at the moment. Definitely an interesting thing to watch, and yeah, that do choose to go with it. And I think that can be very dangerous, especially considering I remember like when Mordekaiser's rework was initially showed off, people were like, oh man, like that's insane. Like you can remove a jungler from a situation, you can remove all these vital champion from like such a high pressure situation. And I think to a lot of extent that has panned out, but the counterpoint of it is that if Mordekaiser is the primary carry on your team, he actually doesn't want to ult super early, because if he's the one doing the damage, then your team kind of needs him to be there. But it will be Syndra locked in blind for Muck. And that means that means that Flamers has the flexibility here, and they're going to take Zoe. So that's going to be a jungle Echo into the Jarvan right there. And yeah, I think that to an extent, if they always wanted that Echo to be the jungle pick, then the ban gets kind of wasted if you're Muck right there, because they banned Zac when Echo was always going to be the jungler. Either way, that's just the power of flex picks. And as we are going into Champion Select proper here, and I do believe this is roughly the final round. Potentially that will be streamed. I'm not 100% sure. Anyhow, just let this happen. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Not really sure if any of these are like profoundly interesting matchups. I think as far as interesting interactions are concerned, two things. If Mordekaiser ults Camille, but then Camille ults, does she fully dodge the cast, and does Mordekaiser's ultimate go on cooldown because she's untargetable? And then the other thing is, like, is there a world where Mordekaiser can alting Zoe, and then like she can pop back to her portal that would be outside his Death Realm circle? I don't know. Those are two things to consider. Also, Mordekaiser alting Xayah, but like, all of those I think are pretty interesting to think about. Yeah, there are the compositions here. I think Lulu overall is something that can be very, very dangerous, or very volatile. Like, she's definitely Lulu is definitely a pick that can do so incredibly well into certain situations, but then in others, it's pretty bad. And when I think about the composition that Flamers have put together here, there's a lot that can blow up a Lulu or a Kaisa or a Syndra. Like, there's a lot that goes on to them. Obviously, Scholium has heal TP right now. I don't think he's gonna stick with that. I'm pretty sure it's just a joke. It would be pretty disastrous if they do stick with that, though. So hopefully, it's gonna change it. 10 seconds. Come on. Come on. Oh. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, okay, he has flash cleanse now. Whew. That could have been real bad. But anyway, thinking about matchups, I think Lulu is definitely when it is played well and microed properly, to say the least. It's a pick that's very, very dangerous, just because you can silence somebody with polymorph. You can, or you can polymorph your own hyper carry and give them a ton of AD as well as a ton of attack speed, as well as a partial DPS increase with picks. The slow is pretty meaty. On Glitterlance, on help picks, it's a pretty big shield. In addition to the picks going on, as well as Hugify, her ultimate being so vital in terms of in certain cases having the knockup around the target. There's the slow field for additional sticking power in the case of melees, but also just giving a ton of health to a carry is always well appreciated, I believe. So yeah, all that being considered, I think going forward into this round, let me double check the records of these teams very quickly for you guys. So Flamers is actually 102, and Mike is also 102. I think I see. Gothboy click. I think there is a possibility of these teams still having a chance of making it to a tiebreaker, potentially for 4th place. But I'm not sure how it all plays out. Like pretty much we have to see how the rest of the round plays out as well. But yeah, if that's the world that they live in, it's also it's just straight up very, very important for both of these teams to make it out, like to get the win. And their backs are very, very much against the wall in this case. And I hope we have a really good game. I'm not saying that I think we will have a bad one. It's just, yeah.
Cause I can fly, I can fly, I can fly. I can fly.
And we're getting into the game now. Let's see what is happening here. Ah, no Zyrakonsk energy. Very disappointing. I don't even have the Star Guardian since to go along with Zoe. Ugh, I'm so sad. Overall, I think mid lane pretty vital to have the cleanse there against the Zoe, especially because assume that Zoe does find that vital sleepy trouble bubble. Having the cleanse is just so darn important if you are the Syndra in that situation. So you're gonna have to do their best to make it work, so to speak. Anyhow, we are in the game proper here. Looks like teams probably going for a normal 5-point. Nothing too exciting, which is actually kind of stark contrast to pretty much the entire rest of the day that we've had tonight, or the rest of the evening we've had. Not a bad thing though, I don't mind it. Anyhow, just some cursory pings being placed down. You can see that the bottom lane of Flamers is actually spotted out by a ward. They want to potentially do a Tri-Brush cheese, but because they're just sitting on that ward, it's just wasted effort now. And the other thing that they can take away, or that Muck should be taking away from this is, hey, look, their bottom lane's sitting here. That means that their bottom lane isn't leashing for jungle, which means that Echo is starting red. And this also gives them the opportunity to just look for a level, have your Jarvan here for the level 2 fight. They pull the Rakan Ignite as well as the Flash. They don't lose anything in return, and that's just so darn good. If you're the side of Muck here, like you just burned 2 enemy summoners without losing anything meaningful for yourself. Yeah, I'd say very simply feels good, man. If I were either of them. Yeah, looking forward here. Dun, dun, dun. Pop this up. There's the hookshot finding the stun onto the Mordekaiser. It's Okay, so his name is. I'm just gonna call him Africa. Um, I was like, what's that name? And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I'm not gonna go there. Um, but yeah, like pretty standard stuff, I'd say, from both teams. You actually see that Terry has once again gone for Kleptomancy. We saw it previously on him a little bit ago when he was playing Jace. And I'm gonna be honest, like I think that's very, very aggressive, and like to an extent, I can understand it, right? Like, I think there's a world where every single champion is able to use Kleptomancy. That doesn't suddenly mean go Kleptomancy on every single champion for gold advantage, and it's a volatile thing. But here in the jungle, Echo is popped up into the air, stun landing from Syndra, easy first blood for Squilliam. Getting those double buffs as well, definitely going to make the Syndra be happy in lane there. But yeah, jumping back really quickly, like I know it's something that Nagari does, for instance, right? The Korean top laner, um, and it works for him. And I think to an extent it works for him so well because he's such a darn good top laner. But what I would say, and this is cautionary to anyone who copies strats from pros, like it works for them because those players are very, very good. Not to say that you aren't. Oh, in the bottom lane, flash forward, getting a kill onto Kintology there. In the mid lane as well, the knockup doesn't happen, but Margarine also taken down two kills in quick succession, I should say, for the side of Muck, and they have to be feeling pretty good about that in the bottom lane. Every summoner is down now, as well as in the mid lane, both summoners burned. In exchange, what have you burned on the side of Muck? And B-Town has only lost Ignite, here has only lost Flash, and Squilliam lost Flash as well, but they still have their other summoners available to them as well. Oh yeah, well, Pizza Man also used his Flash, but I would say overall in the realm of summoner availability, Muck is winning on that regard. Terry does force out Africa's Flash, and I think it was a decent enough Flash, like considering that Terry also had his own to sit on in that situation. You just don't want to fall behind in a solo 1v1 where the Camille can get so darn big as Mordekaiser. Just sit it out, have your advantage to yourself. So like scale up, so to speak. Then going forward from there, looking at the gold very quickly, you can see slight advantages across the board in the favor of Muck, especially that slight advantage is more substantial, I'd say moderate advantage for Squilliam in the mid lane. You can see that he does have the Lost Chapter in his pocket as compared to Margarine's Dark Seal and Fairy Charm, but there in the river, there is the parallel convergence. The stun does not land. Rakan is here, and they're able to get the shutdown onto Squilliam, but the gold actually went into Squirt's pocket, and that's definitely not the person you wanted to go on when you consider that Margarine and Shady Gecko were right there. Fight continuing in top lane. That smash from Mordekaiser is so painful. Now there's the passive as well. Terry has to use the hook shot defensively and get out of that situation. Very short order. And the game has been paused. Looking at the situation where they are right now, slight CS advantage to Kintology there, but is it big enough to like offset the kill that Kai'Sa has in her pocket? No, not particularly. Teams are talking about some Chick-fil-A in all chat for some reason. I like it, but like, I guess I'd have to just say interesting topic to mention. The first dragon spawn, though, sorry, I had to read a message. First dragon spawn is an infernal, and that's important for both of these teams considering how damage heavy both sides are. Both teams want to stack some AD and AP, especially when you consider that Pizza Man here is not going super tank Jarvan. He has the longsword in his inventory, and I would expect that he's building towards warrior in that case, which means that Infernal pays off pretty much in the case of every single player in this game. Possibly not as hard for B-Town, considering the fact that he went for the Ancient Coin. That's very understandable because Lulu does chew through mana, especially when you're fighting a lot. And also Coin is just objectively probably like the most consistent support item, no matter what. And I would say because it's so darn consistent, that's probably why it's being removed in the next season. So it's understandable, to say the least. The team said R, but timer up. That's one part of the timer. Come on, other team. Come on. You can do it. There you go. Sorry, it must sound like I'm being condescending. Anyway, things looking to be relatively equal at the moment. You see that overall Africa has garnered himself a reasonable lead. And yeah, it's actually Flamers that look towards this Infernal Drake, true to their name, so to speak. And getting that Infernal Drake is very vital on them, and it's good that they're able to nab it up for themselves, considering that they're effectively behind on the map at the moment. But looking forward here, I think a lot of this might be on Squilliam, you know, having those 2 kills in his pocket already. You do see Squirt a lot. He finds the Gleaming Quill. He does have Grand Entrance available, but it looks like he threw the Quill out just to get the poke, and considering the damage it did, I think he is going for Quill Max. No, he's going for Grand Entrance Max. My bad. Wise, like nothing too exciting happening in terms of builds, maybe with the exception of, you know, Pizza Man looking for the Warrior Enchant, or B-Town having the coin or the talisman in his pocket at the moment. Just not a lot going on. There is the Claw pulling Terry back in. He still has Hook Shot available. Mordekaiser passive is ticking though, so Terry wouldn't ever want to be close in this situation because that passive just burns you down. Tactical Sweep does get a little bit of health, but here in the mid lane, there's the Cataclysm into the stun. The Zoe is taken very low, and Unleash Power locks it up for Squilliam, who's now going to be 3-1 and going further up in CS. Shady Gecko is there, but it looks like he's pathing towards the top. I actually think it might have been a little more prudent from Pizza Man in this situation just to push it harder with Squilliam, make sure the wave crashes in, and also get yourself at least 1 turret plate. But I think Squilliam can still get, yeah, he's still able to shove it in. I don't think he's playing super aggressively because they're not 100% sure where Shady Gecko is, so he is just going to back off from the tower, not grab the plate. But now he's canceled his back. It looks like he's pathing towards the top lane, towards that Tri-Brush maybe. He's gonna find Shady? No, he doesn't, but he actually avoids pathing into that Tri-Brush and getting spotted out by the ward. But I don't really think he's gonna be finding anything. It looks like, yeah, they're just going around looking for the Echo. Unfortunately, because Shady Gecko was able to back there, everything stays equal, everything stays fine. But also Squilliam didn't take the opportunity to actually complete his back. He was sitting on 1.3k gold as the wave has now crashed into his tower. And see that Margarine has a what do you call it? Redemption active available. Squirt looking for a Grand Entrance did get a little bit of a knockup, but it wasn't very substantial. Margarine ends up using the Redemption active to give her Rakan a little bit of health back. No root there. Help Picks is used for the shield. Gecko gets spotted out by the ward and pinged away. But they are walking forward here for the vision, but you can see Pizza Man is hovering around. He's looking for the Cataclysm opportunity. Phase Dive is available for the Echo, but they aren't going to commit on it. flag is tossed out and you're able to kill the ward, so Vision game stays neutral, nothing too particularly spicy happening on the side of either of these teams. So nothing to worry about, I would suppose. Terry looking for the hookshot actually lands the stun there, but gets pulled back in, and there is the Mordekaiser ultimate. You can see Terry actually just getting burned down ever so slowly, and Africa gets the solo kill. That's gotta feel pretty bad, and this is the situation, right? This is the payoff. This is the punishment for taking Kleptomancy into a melee matchup. Like while you are as a melee as well, into a melee matchup where the person is more than happy to be within melee range of you. Terry using that hookshot so aggressively there also did not have the Hextech ultimatum available, and it's just rough if you are the Camille in that spot. And now you're kind of reliant on maybe your team to turn things around for you. Margarine forced to burn the flash away. Let's have Smite Avail get stunned up. Unleash Power probably gonna. Yep, there's the kill. And this Zoe, even though you have the flash available, it's kind of just a situation. Maybe you should have straight up ran back to your tower there. I don't really think it's super safe to stay. Squilliam didn't even burn his flash to go forward. He just found the stun all on his own. Now the turret plates are being hit. Now the gold is going into the pockets of both Squilliam and Pizza Man. Stun finds its way onto the Echo, but I don't think there's a super legitimate threat from either of them in this situation. I think the next question that is worth considering, if you are the side of Muck, is think about the fact that Dragon's up right now. Think about the fact that Rift Herald's up right now. Your Jarvan has no deaths and 4 assists in his pocket. He has the Warrior enchant. Play aggressively. And try to snowball your lead. Try to accelerate the game state so that your enemy is feeling pressured. But ironically, even though it's Muck that should have control of the map, this is potentially the second neutral objective that they're losing on this side. Letting the Herald go back into, or letting control of the Herald and control around this zone go over to the side of Flamers is pretty darn bad. And okay, now they're probably going to be trading Herald for Ocean Drake. But in terms of priority, I'd say Herald's a little bit more important if you're trying to accelerate the game state. Ocean Drake is definitely way more of a defensive matter there. So I think it's overall a net win for the side of Flamers to get that Herald in their pockets, because at least it gives them the opportunity to trade back either plate gold or just help get first blood on the tower a bit faster. If they think they can, that is. Overall, no super substantial CS leads, other than I would say in the mid lane. In the mid lane, you're actually being up around 20 CS, 3 waves. In the bottom lane, Kentology is actually getting towards that, mitigating factor being the kill in the favor of here right there. Parallel convergence happens, the stun does go through. There's the hugify. Jarvan is very big right now. TP being channeled from Mordekaiser. He is here, he has arrived. He does have the Death Realm available. They haven't quite found anything. That's a huge stun into the pull for the Mord. Use the Featherstorm trying to get away. Flash forward from Kentology looking for a kill. You already got the one onto the Syndra. Here is here. Pretty funny. Able to get the kill onto Kentology now. Africa looking for a kill, doesn't find anything. Already doesn't have the Death Realm available. They want to find Margarine, who doesn't have the flash up yet. There's the Killer Instinct going forward here. Just needs a few more autos. One more should do it, and there it is. That's a substantially good trade if you are the side of Muck right there, finding multiple kills, getting so much damage down. But to Flamers' credit, I think they showed very real signs of life, so to speak. The only drawback is that they didn't quite find, they just didn't have all the tools necessary to make it happen. properly for them, especially Squilliam finding such a huge scatter of the weak, getting those orbs, those balls, like finding the multi-person stun into the claw from Mordekaiser to drag them back in. That just looked like it hurt. There's the there's the claw looking for the pull. Doesn't quite find it, but Africa is very happy to take the fight. He has the Rileys available already, and now Pizza Man just comes in to make sure it happens. I think Africa had it either way. Now Squilliam is here looking to get the outer turret, but in the bottom lane you see that in response, Flamers has decided, hey, if you guys are going to group top, we're going to group bot. We'll trade the towers, and that's fine by us. But you know, at the end of the day, there's no other objectives that these teams can be playing around. I think it's a huge mistake from B-Town to be here. He does use the Lulu ultimate trying to keep himself safe, but I'm not really sure if here can trade anything back. Shady is going forward. He has the phase dive, throws out the time winder, gets the auto attack, pops his passive. I don't think there's anything the Kai'Sa can do in this situation. I think that it was very, very aggressive from B-Town to go forward like that, even with the ultimate available. And he gives up his life for it, but I guess to an extent, it delays the DPS on the outer lane tower there in the bottom lane for Flamers, and they're only able to get one, while Muck is able to get two. And that's a positive turret trade. They're happy to get it. But there is this Rift Herald that they got earlier, and maybe this will equalize that tower trade. There's the hit. A few more will do it, and I don't see anyone quite there yet. They need the pop, and the mid lane tower is getting very unable to get off. So, but it's not much. So you could call it a delayed trade of sorts. And let's see here. Looking for continued aggression. Redemption popped by Margarine. Flash is available. So Kentology has no flash or no heal, no summoners really. And Squirt does not have that ever so vital flash for the Rakan. I think one thing that Pizza Man needs to be cognizant of as the game goes on is that the warrior is very good, but unless he's like super hard carrying, he probably shouldn't be building any more AD than that. And I think that's very much reflected in terms of the items that he has in his pocket at the moment. They have the wards there looking for a setup, looking for a pick. The Infernal Drake is spawning and equalizing on that Infernal Drake. Oh! Using the ward there made Shady Gecko use consume his phase dive auto onto what do you call it? Sorry. They used it onto the control ward. Oh! Margarine popped up into the air there. He pulls the Chilling Smite, but I'm not really sure if he's able to get anything. Battle Dance away is used by Squirt, and there's the Hextech ultimatum. Here is up against that wall. Able to stay alive, has the Lulu ulti on himself, but he's able to stay safe. There's the Blade Caller, or sorry, there's the Feather Storm. No Blade Caller was used. I think it was still on cooldown. That's a double kill now for Pizza Man, as Muck is looking to equalize on this Infernal Drake. Shady Gecko is still around. He has flash. He has his ulti available. Throws out the parallel convergence. Looks for the stun. Does pull it. And that is going to be a quick kill onto Squilliam, although they do end up losing the dragon. Kai'Sa throws out the missiles there, but I'm not sure if they can find Gecko. The tower is still up and it is still quite healthy. So overall, it's a trade of Infernal Drake for 2 kills, I think, on the side of Flamers. Yeah, Infernal Drake, a couple of deaths, but I'm not really sure if that's necessarily worth. I guess at the end of the day, getting the kill onto Squilliam was as best as they could get in the situation they found themselves in. But now the Infernal Drake lead that they once had before has now been effectively neutralized. Next Drake on the table coming up in 4:15 will be a Mountain Drake, and that's another one of those accelerate the game state Drakes. When you consider that the Infernal Drakes neutralize each other quite directly now in terms of combat power, or theoretically in terms of combat power. Because I say theoretically because the thing that needs to be understood is it doesn't give the same amount of AD and AP to every single person. It depends on how much AD and AP are being built on both sides. So theoretically, even if both teams have one Infernal Drake apiece, in one way or another, it might be more or less effective. Anyhow, looking for the pick onto Terry. Hookshots over the wall, finds the stun onto Squilliam. Squilliam uses the Zanyas. I'm not 100% sure if you need to, maybe to avoid the possibility of a Hextech ultimatum and being trapped. Anyhow, they do force Margarine away after bursting him down so heavily. Muck here is just standing in the mid lane, pretty much daring the engage to come through from the side of Flamers, and they drive away Shady Gecko. They're still standing in this mid lane. Baron has spawned. Doesn't look like they're rotating over. Doesn't look like they want to start playing around that vision. Other things to be considered is that there are still 2 towers outside of the base in the bottom lane that they could be looking to grab, especially with the lanes pushing in like that. But I would say like be a little bit careful about that to an extent, because you know that Africa doesn't have TP up, and you know there is a world where suddenly you guys get caught out, Africa isn't there, and you know your top laner isn't there, and the enemy team can transition that into a Baron call or something. But yeah, looks like they're playing it safe. You do see an assist ping go onto the Baron pit, probably saying, hey, we need to start establishing vision around this area, making sure that Flamers doesn't have a super easy or sneakable avenue back into this game. Shady Gecko throws out the Time Winder, gets a multi-person slow up, gets slowed up by himself with the Aegis. Parallel Convergence and tossed out in the bottom lane. You do see that here and Africa are there, which means that the rest of the team is in a bit of a bad spot. Death Realm has been used here, hovering around his top laner, making sure that if need be, they can finish him off. Hookshot is used, but Africa goes on a rampage. But this is what I was talking about. Like, yeah, Terry goes down in this situation, but the numbers disadvantage on the side of Muck means that they kind of need to be like a little bit more careful about this. Shady did burn his ultimate. I'm not sure if he had to, and there's the re-engage forward from Kentology there. Featherstorm into the Blade Collar. Squilliam does get Kentology, but what does it cost? It cost his life, but now Here is here. Gosh, why do I keep doing that? Here has arrived and goes in using the Killer Instinct. They get 3 quick kills, or sorry, another 2 quick kills. This Pizza Man looks to be chasing down the Rakan. Shield has popped, as well as the Gleaming Quill. I think this is really, really silly from Pizza Man, to be honest. You don't need to look for this kill. That is very clearly Baron available for your team, and to an extent, you kind of just bungled that opportunity because you wanted to kill the support, and that's just a terrible idea from you. Like, oh crud, like I can kill the support, and not only that, he used the flash. Like, that's a bit unnecessary because, you know, yeah, you get the kill eventually, but is the kill really worth it when you would have gotten like way more gold for your team from getting the Baron, and you would have had the pushing power as well as the combat power from the AD and AP boost? No. The honest answer is just no. So yeah, they should have just let Squirt live, taken the Baron, reset, run over to the Dragon, and now maybe to off of like one smaller play, right? There is the possibility, or at least a better possibility, of Flamers getting back into this game. And if Muck does make it into Prophecy Cup, this is the type of mistake that they should probably review if they do VOD reviews, just to figure out, or just to understand, like, yeah, there are times when like over-aggression or like being too confident will lead to foolish plays. But now there, Pizza Man is popped up in the air by the Grand Entrance. His team will be wrapping up the Mountain Drake in short order, so here he is. Looks like the entire side, the blue trinket kind of equalizes there. Goes forward with the EQ, finds the Cataclysm, popped up into the air. That is the shutdown into Kentology's pocket. And, you know, once again, over-aggression from Pizza Man, like, making him get caught out. And, like, that's his first death of the game, but that was a big chunk of shutdown gold into Kentology right there, and that's pretty huge for Isaiah, who does scale rather well into the late game. Parallel Convergence is there. And that's B-Town popped up into the air. Margarine gets a kid, finally gets another kill for himself. Nice stun coming through from Squilliam. but things not shaping up super great for Muck, and that was a great scatter of the week, popping Terry away. Unleash Power is used onto Squirt there, who now he has to be that much more careful. Zanya's Hourglass used by Squilliam to make sure he doesn't get completely bursted and killed in that particular situation. Next Infernal Drake, third Infernal Drake of the game will be spawning in just under 4 minutes. Both teams definitely want that bonus because they both stack fair bits of AD and AP on both sides, and if your name is Flamers, like that gives you a little bit of the game insurance policy, helps right the ship, so to speak. And if you're Muck, you got to be playing around that objective and hoping that if you grab it, you'll accelerate the game to a state, or you can accelerate the game to a state where you win it. Overall, in terms of gold lead, it's a 6K. Like, normally you see a kill score of kill differential of 19 to 8, and you're like, oh man, this must be a pretty big gold lead. But everything considered, only having a 6K gold difference in the favor of Muck, it actually isn't the end of the world if you're Flamers. But to Muck's credit, they are re-establishing Vision. They're able to grab the Scuttle Crab for themselves here, and if they're able to own the Vision in the pit, then they really force Flamers to walk forward. They find the engage. There's the Cataclysm, but the Grand Entrance also stops up a lot of aggression. Squilliam taken very low, does have the Lulu ulti on. Pizza Man does end up falling. In addition to that, the other part of it there is that African is in a really bad position. He is unable to get any kills, and this is potentially a bit of a comeback situation for Flamers. They were able to find multiple kills onto this side of Muck, taking out African, taking out Pizza Man, as well as B-Town, and I think a lot of that should be given over to Squirt, using the Grand Entrance as well as the quickness to stop up so much damage in DPS and make sure his team can actually take down Pizza Man before they get bursted. Was so well done from the Rakan, and I do want to give him the credit he deserves in that situation. Now, Infernal Drake up in less than 2 minutes now. I would say that with the Mountain, with the Mountain and this 6-0 Kaisa, even if Flamers get spotted committing way too hard onto the Infernal Drake, there's a very real possibility that the Kaisa with the rest of her team is just able to completely burn the Baron away. So Flamers, while they're able to find these smaller, increasingly vital fight victories, they still are in a state of the game where they need to be more careful. They need to be watching what they're doing, because if they don't, Muck can just grab tempo right back and potentially end the game. Muck once again clearing out Vision. Margarine aggroing the Baron, forcing it to hit. Ooh, Terry now in a bad spot. Uses the Hextech Ultimatum while in the Death Realm, getting burnt down by that Mordekaiser passive though, and it hurts so much. That's just a solo kill for the Mord there, and I just don't think that there's a whole lot that Terry can do, to be fair. And it's just rough, to put it lightly. So yeah, once again, I don't blame Terry at all, considering the spot of the game that he's in. It's just, there's just so little that he can do. It's rough, to say the least. Ooh, but look at this. Flamers potentially starting up the Baron here. Don't think it's a great idea, and you can see how much damage that Shady just took from even slightly committing onto it. Definitely not great. But I think they're trying to brush camp here, trying to find an opportunity. Gets stunned up by the Scatter of the Week. And on the other side of it all, down there in the bottom lane in the Dragon Pit, you see that Muck actually grabbed the opportunity for themselves, taking that second Infernal. and giving themselves the combat power. And now they're pushing into the mid lane a little more, trying to pressure. Haven't quite found the opportunity yet. There is the stun. Wild Terry found the hook shot. There's the Hextech ultimatum. Squilliam taken very, very low. Burning the Zanyas. He's still low. Probably going to be going down to the Ignite, at least I believe he will. And there's the Death Realm being used onto the Xayah. Kentology taken very low in this situation. Burns the Featherstorm, trying to stay alive, and he is able to prolong it. On the other side of it, Squilliam actually did find the opportunity to survive and back, reset for himself. But in the end, it's actually a 2-for-1 in the favor of Flamers, and they see that the Kai'Sa is bottom lane. So now that they know the Kai'Sa is bot, they're like, hey, wait, we can do Dragon. The only person we lost is the Rakan. That's not a huge difference in DPS as far as the Baron is concerned, and they're just on it. It's already down to 4k health, 3k health. And Pizza is on the side here. I think he just got slept, so there's not much of an opportunity. He does go in, look for the flash, or look for the flag and drag into the steal, but it wasn't there. Now here has arrived. The jungler is there, but now, in addition to that, Squirt is there as well. And this is Flamers finding the best opportunity possible. Lulu ultimate is used onto here, but it's just not enough to keep him alive. And now Flamers are definitely in the driver's seat. They are very much making the comeback happen. And look at these timers, over 20 seconds on jungle and mid, over 30 on the Kai'Sa. Maybe Flamers wants to try to force an end here, but they have to be careful. Africa needs to hold, and there they go. They're going forward. They're looking for the stuns. They pop Africa into the air. They kill him. This second Nexus turret is in the eyes, and is the comeback real? Yes, it is. Flamers coming up from behind, finding the opportunity for themselves. They get the Baron call. They play aggressively, and they go forward despite the fact that they were so far behind earlier. And congratulations to Flamers on that end. And looking at the pings we have here, Un momento. For the end, looks like won their game. 1E beat for them. Flamers, as we have just recently saw, take down. And looking at the announcements here, congratulations to student athletes demonstrating brilliant organizational and inspirational success, and Jesus Freaks to make it in. They need the captains of YMW, Flamers, Porridge Boy, Kryptonite, and Y2E all on a call. That's a pretty big tiebreaker situation, considering there's only one spot left available. It's pretty insane. Anyway, not really sure what's going to be going on from here. Okay, so we're not 100% sure if we will be playing tiebreakers. Thank you, Tori. But yeah, I think Luis did say that was supposed to be the final stream. But if that changes, just sorry, yawning. If that changes, just message me and pull me back in. So yeah, we have 3 of the advancing into the main tournament, 9 of the Prophecy Cup. Congratulations and shout out once again to Icy, Bad Boys, and Jesus Freaks, all for making it through. We'll get back to you we'll get back to you, like, I guess through Discord, through the server, really, whether or not tiebreakers will be played tonight. But I do believe that this stream is ending now. So thank you everyone for watching. I'm the True Light. Thanks for sticking out with me. Not only you, the audience, but also Tori. I'm all admittedly that was a little more draining than I thought it would be. But yeah, always happy to do it. And from the bottom of my heart, as well as the bottom of the hearts of hopefully everyone on the TO team, as well as the staff, thank you all for tuning in, and hope to see you. Oh. Hello? Okay. Hope to see you back for the beginning of season 9 proper. Bye.